So good morning, everybody, and a really warm welcome from me to Accelerate Gov, the conference for everything digitalization and transformation across the public sector. It's so wonderful to see so many of you here in person, back in the room. But I would also like to say a big hello as well to everybody who is joining us on our live stream today. And I will remember to keep touching base, saying hi to the people on the live stream throughout the day as well. I'm Siobhan Bonita, I'm a former UK civil servant, and I'm delighted to be chairing today's conference on behalf of Global Government Forum, which creates safe spaces for civil servants all around the world to share ideas and their experiences. And we'll hear a little bit more about what GGF does in our second keynote today. I'd like to thank everybody as well from the Government of Canada who have I'd just like to remind you all that now we're all back together and we can do it. Please engage as much as possible. Please.
For about 7 months now, working on Catherine Duelo's team. I'm pleased this morning to be doing the land acknowledgement before we begin. Nous faisons des reconnaissances des territoires pour montrer notre respect pour la terre, une tradition qui remonte à des siècles pour les peuples autochtones. La reconnaissance des territoires est un petit mais important pas vers la réconciliation. Today I would like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather as the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. The Algonquin people have lived in this land since time immemorial. We honor their long history of welcoming many nations to this beautiful territory and uphold and uplift the voice and values of our host nation. Nous sommes reconnaissants d'avoir l'occasion d'être présents sur ce territoire et nous devrions tous, à notre façon, prendre des mesures pour protéger notre terre. I invite you to reflect on the impact of the people that were living on this land before you and to think of the actions you can take to preserve it for future generations. Avec ça, j'ai le grand plaisir de faire le bienvenue à ma patronne, Madame Catherine Duelo. Catherine is a Deputy Minister at the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat and the Chief Information Officer of Canada. Prior to her appointment in July 2021, she was the Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer at Air Canada and has held a number of positions in major companies such as Enbridge, WestJet, and TELUS. Please join me in welcoming Catherine to the stage.
Bon matin, bonjour, and ocean since COVID started. Okay, that's pretty good. How many want to go over the ocean now? Okay, very good. My little bit of my inner airline thanks you for that. There are participants and speakers from over 50 public service organizations and agencies from around the world. Many colleagues from the Government of Canada are joining in person, and I think we've got several hundred of you joining online, both locally and internationally. Today's a very timely agenda, with many conversations on digitization, service transformation, and developing talent, all things that I know are top of our mind. An event like this is an opportunity for us to share knowledge, ideas, and have 1 + 1 + 1 = 10. So I encourage you to have those conversations, and oftentimes some of the best conversations at these conferences happen outside these doors. So I'm pleased actually to have the opportunity this morning to talk to you about our digital ambition from a Government of Canada perspective. In August, we launched this, and we were a little bit of a backdrop. We were having some service challenges in the government, and so it was a really appropriate time for us to share the accumulation of many months of work, which really talked about how digitization of government could improve service to Canadians and ultimately lead to more trust, transparency, and support of democracy. Our ambition statement is very simple: to enable the delivery of government in the digital age for all Canadians. That means leaving no Canadians behind. How we're going to do this: all of the data we have as government, and use that collectively, respecting privacy, respecting security, making sure Canadians understand what we're using their data for to inform better policy, better programs, and better program delivery. Action-ready digital strategy and policy. Very specifically, we've renamed our policy team Policy and Performance. It's no longer good enough to develop policy. You need to make sure that it's implemented, and we're going to be spending a lot of time, and that means going out and living with the teams that have to implement the policies. So that's something very, very top of my mind. And as someone who's had the privilege to run wide-scale, time-sensitive operations working in both the energy sector and in the aviation sector, that's the lens that we're trying to bring to the conversation. And the final pillar of our strategy is structural evolution in funding, talent, and culture. And I think all of our organizations are probably struggling with that right now. So I'm really hopeful that the Team Canada can come back with some great suggestions from all the different geographies that are here today to help us advance that. That's, to me, the foundational pillar of our overall plan. Digital government in a modern age is kind of not a choice anymore. And you think about the progression that's happened during COVID. Your digital agenda brought to you by COVID is a thing that's happened with businesses globally, but certainly from digital transformations are radically transforming the way we live, work, and interact. Citizens are looking for government to lay the path towards secure and reliable, private, user-centric. And so when I talk to the team about digital ambition, we talk about open government, privacy, and security as sort of those foundational components that have to underpin everything that we're doing. So all of this is top of mind for me, and I want to just maybe end with two comments. I want to keep us rolling on time here this morning, and I'm looking forward to spending a little bit more time with you this afternoon. The digital agenda is one that we all share, and I encourage you very much over the next day or so to really press thinkings and to learn from one another. There's two other things that this event is in the backdrop of. So October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month, at least here in Canada. And so I'm just going to encourage you to think about over the next couple days, what's one thing you can learn about security as a digital leader, because that is a team sport. And so I encourage you to kind of keep cybersecurity in the back of your mind. The other thing, related but not related, it is Mental Health Month as well. And so as leaders, very much our job to ensure that we are having those conversations in our workplace. I don't know what it's like in your organization, but I know in the Government of Canada, workload is extreme. It has been going on for quite some time. We have been dealing with people working from audience for joining. We are absolutely delighted to be hosting in Ottawa today. The weather's always like this. I was walking over from the office and I'm like, my goodness, it's like a Chamber of Commerce kind of day out there today. It's blue sky, the Parliament, the leaves are just trying to turn. It's always like this here. So for those of you that are interested in coming to work in Ottawa for the federal government, we're hiring. Thank you.
So much, Catherine. And as Catherine said, thank you for keeping us to time already, but you will be with us again this afternoon. And at that point, there'll be an opportunity to take some questions from the audience. Could somebody bring up the clicker, please? Oh, you've got it, Kevin, thank you. So I'm delighted to welcome for our second keynote session, Kevin Cunnington, who is now an expert advisor for Global Government Forum, but many of you probably will know Kevin because previously he was the Director General for Government Digital Service in the United Kingdom. So a big round of applause, please, for Kevin. Oh, we'll just get the sound going.
Normally make that noise when I sit down.
I said, so Kevin, yeah, obviously he will tell us a bit about his former kind of career and what got you here, but Kevin is advising Global Government Forum at the moment. So I said I'd take this opportunity to just give you a little light into areas where we can then help to provide thought leadership and training for civil servants as well. So please do check out all of the things that we do. But we're so delighted that Kevin now has joined our team and has been doing some of that research and will tell us a bit today in particular about a significant report that he was a key part of looking at digital leaders and the challenges facing digital leaders around the world. So do you just want to tell us why we're so pleased to have you, why you're the perfect person to be doing this, and also maybe some of the highlights from that report?
Yep. So I've come with slides, knowing what the questions might be. That's me. That is actually me. That's my UK government profile. I realise you can't read it terribly well at the back, but it ostensibly says I ran GDS for 3 years, which was a real privilege. I was UK's digital envoy and got to do this all the time under the UK's government sponsorship for 2 years. And I've been doing this with GGF for a couple of years. So I'm not unique, but I am Lucky Kevin. This is what we've been up to. So the graph, or the world graph on the left, shows all the countries we've spoken to over the last year. And on the right, we've laid out exactly what we've been up to. So we started just over a year ago. We had virtual workshops in those days with, well, you can read Scotland, Israel, Azerbaijan, a whole raft of leading nations really in the UN benchmarking. And in January of that year, we published all those findings. And I'll talk in detail on the next slide about what those are. We've had a whole set of follow-ups from all the issues the leading countries identified, starting with talking to the CEOs of the civil service in Singapore and asking them what they're going to do about some of the problems they're creating to go through them. And I'm going to do this in about 3. However, they are all online, so you can look it up. And if you're here tonight for the CDI Summit, I will be presenting them in detail. And again, tomorrow, this is exactly the agenda for what we're talking about. So briefly, vision and planning. Visions are largely irrelevant. Most of our visions are the same. We all talk about life events, digital identity, joined up services, better tools for civil servants. And the actual citizen digital identity is very polarizing. There are 197 countries in the world. 11 have digital identity at scale. 186 of us do not. If you have it, you can transform. If you don't, you can't, because you can't join up the data that we hold about people in different silos. So digital identity is probably the key technology topic within digital today. Funding capital investment, let me characterize this as, we gave you a lot of money 5 years ago, Kevin. We'd like to save all the money for climate change right now. It doesn't work like that. If you don't continue investing, you don't resolve the legacy issues that you've got. Funding and procurement, treasuries around the world still see digital transformation as similar to building a bridge or a railway. It's not true of pretty much everybody else, but it is resolved in the top 10. So at least we know how to do that. And in the next slides, I'll talk about how to do that. Lots of countries around the world, like the UK, have constrained pay for senior leaders. Let me characterize this. we can't pay you more than the Prime Minister, Kevin. Really? I used to be paid a lot more than the Prime Minister. And it's a real issue because it not only constrains the people you can recruit at the very top, but also the people you can recruit who work for you. And it's the greatest false economy in government. Paying people too little to do £100 million jobs is just the wrong economy, honestly. And then finally, good news, the CEOs agree with this at the conference. We still have a real issue right at the top with ministers and very senior civil servant, PermSec, CEO, deputy minister types, not really understanding digital well enough, not feeling confident having the skill sets to help us drive transformation. And that's what we've been up to.
Thanks, Kevin. So really interesting. I think what you'll find today, a lot of those findings will be reflected in the panel sessions that we have. You'll get an opportunity to explore some of those themes. If anyone has the solution to recruitment, retention and paying people well in the public sector, that would be great if we could solve that today. But Kevin, just moving on in terms of this research from this report, but just your experiences of working in the UK public sector and talking to others, what would you advise people in terms of what are the common mistakes that people make and what would you be advising people not to do, but also to start doing?
Yeah, so in hindsight, and I say this is absolutely in hindsight because none of us got this right. It's obvious if you've got it, but I've talked to a lot of governments whose national site's on Facebook, and that really doesn't feel like the right answer to the problem. Two, I banged on about citizen digital identity. I'll bang on a bit more about it. It's hugely polarising. You need to get it right. Only 11 out of 197 countries, to my knowledge, have. If you're a country like Canada and the UK, where you don't have digital citizen identity in the first place, it turns out to be incredibly hard to get it right, but it is vital. And on the next slide, I'll explain what goes wrong when you don't. And then thirdly, you need to train all your people. So let me give you a very concrete example. When the UK started in 2013, we committed ourselves to developing 25 exemplars, which we did over a 3-year period from 2013 to 2016. In parallel, we built huge academies to retrain civil servants, and we retrained 5,000 civil servants in the course of building those 25 services. 25 services over the first 3 years, 800 services over the next 3. And one of the common conversations I keep having with emerging countries is they do the first 25 and then they say, how do I do more than 25 now? And the answer is, you've got to scale your training in parallel with your first implementations, so that when you come out of it, you've got thousands more people who have got the skills ready to help you. So that's part one. A little bit more about, and there's some usual culprits: births, marriages, death, driving licenses, passports. Let me just tell you how it goes wrong. So we create a citizen service for driving licenses, and a person applies for a driving license in their name with their date of birth and their address. Subsequent to that, they get married, and that might change their name, and it might well change their address. Subsequent to that, they apply for a passport in their new name with their new address. And then at some point, we try and reconcile the passport holder with their driving license. If people are smiling, so you've obviously got it. You can see what goes wrong. If you can't uniquely identify people, then you end up with silos of data about people that are terribly hard to reconcile. So it's really important you get digital identity or some form of data model that underpins what you're doing before you start building lots of applications. And if you're in a situation like the UK, with rather a lot of applications nowadays and no scaled system identity, you've created an enormous problem for yourself that will probably take a decade to unwind going forward. So one, everybody's done it, but try not to start by building. Try to start by getting digital identity in your data model right. Two, almost nobody did this. Assess your digital capability. So what do I mean? How many technologists, how many digital data and technologists are there in Canada? How many data scientists do you have in Canada? Anybody know? It's common across the world. Nobody knows, I think, apart from the UK. We've got 20. Get it done as soon as you can, because only when you understand your capability will you understand what sort of plan you can implement. The next thing that most of us didn't do was estimate the number of applications you'll need to develop. So let me make this a quiz, and let me lay down the gauntlet, because Iceland 2 weeks ago got this exactly right. So come on, Canada, here we go. In 2013, the UK estimated there were 650 central government applications we needed to build. This is before we started building, 650. 10 years later, so central government for us is things like education, tax, unemployment, like it is for you guys, but it does not include the NHS, which is a big bit of the UK. It does not include local and municipal services, so this is just central government. 9 years later, how many applications do you think we've implemented in the UK? Let me give you 3 choices. Number 1, 500 or less, we're still working on it. Number 2, exactly 650. Number 3, 7,672, more than 10 times our original estimate. So who's on option 1, less than 500? Who's on option 2, exactly 650? Or somebody put the hand up.
1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands for that.
We've got 3 hands for less than 500, 650, anybody? Going good. So it's probably the case that we've all got similar numbers. That's quite a daunting prospect, really. So let me do the last point, then I'm off, and then I've got the last slide. So none of us did it like this, but you think about it, if none of you have assessed your capability or figured out how much you've got to do, it's really not much of a plan, is it? There can't be many transformation plans we've all started where we had no idea how big it was, nor how many people we've got to do it. So if you've not done this, do it, because it gives you a real kind of sense check of whether it's even achievable.
Thanks, Kevin. I'm just looking at the clock. I was hoping we could get in a couple of questions, but I think what we'll do is you're back on stage later.
Yeah.
So there'll be an opportunity to put questions to Kevin then, and also Kevin will be around all day, so you can definitely grab him out in the lobby as well. But just before we go, in terms of next steps then on this research and the report, what are the next steps, and can people get involved in that in some way?
Yeah, definitely. So in 3 minutes, according to the clock, one is GGF, as Siobhan's alluded to and I've alluded to, is developing courses. One we're currently piloting is for permanent secretaries around the world, because we do recognise, well, they're special, aren't they, for the permanent secretaries who are here. 2 is a whole raft of you will be attending the summit tomorrow. That 7 issues we identified really forms the backbone of the discussion. It's good to whinge about it, it's quite cathartic, but what we're going to do to solve it. 3 is, I'd like some help if countries are prepared to volunteer. 7,672, is that really the right number?
at the digital service in Germany. I think you might want to move chairs just because we might get the microphones in the wrong order then. And then last but no means least, hi Megan, we've got Megan Lee, who is Chief Strategy and Transformation Officer at the Government Central Digital and Data Office in the UK. Now this panel is all about, as you will see on there, the role of digital and data in policy making. So we'll be considering things like how best to integrate kind of the experts and the professions from digital and data so that that work gets really integrated into the policy making progress. We've asked our panelists to give some short opening remarks. And as I say, once we've heard from each of our panel members, we'll then come over to you in the audience for a conversation. So, Tula, over to you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to say how it's a great pleasure to be here in Canada, the birthplace of ice hockey. As you know, all Finns love ice hockey, as well as I. And
I think Mike is just taking his off.
Okay.
I think it might be on.
I'm a great fan of Finnish team. Actually, myself, I'm a weightlifter. Actually, the Finnish champion from this year in my age and weight group.
Fantastic.
Yeah. But ice hockey is lovely too. Yes, and I graduated as a lawyer from University of Lapland, and I'm a little odd because I'm so enthusiastic to digital. Important because it's the rule of law that people can trust that their data is and the information is well shared. And finally, you have to manage data. In Finland, I'm very proud of our government because we have a ministerial working group which is like managing and leading all the digitalization in Finland. And a few years ago, we got information, what it is, policy guidelines to the parliament. So it's the highest level. You have to be aware about what is going on to the digitalization. And I heard last week that the first thing this ministerial working group made, they explored about cyber security things all over the government and authorities. And that's very, very important point also. For me, I report to my minister regularly, and we have laws in parliament how to make things happen, like to open the data, and that's all. So the managing of data is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tula. I think you set the bar there in terms of your personal story about being the
in legacy records is the least likely place that ministers are going to go to for investment and decisions. The most important decisions governments take are allocative. Where are they going to put money? Where are they going to put people? Where are they going to put fewer humans? So we're going to go back to concepts around productivity and workflows and value added of the humans in our organization. Do we have the digital tools that are going to be able to do the work with fewer people? And that's inevitably coming to Canada, as it will, I think, to other countries. I often get asked where policy comes from. And you know, the sort of flow of it, in my experience, is that there's sort of two kinds of information go to decision makers, the women and men that we choose to make these kind of decisions. The biggest one is actually a feedback loop on past policy changes, past programs. Are they working? How are they doing? Where are they broken down? Where are they falling short? Where are they succeeding? And the other is input around new things, truly new things that could be done to respond to issues out there. So digital government has to be fully effective, has to connect to the feedback community, which is in Canada larger than the input community. There are a dozen institutions built for feedback, which is a good thing. Offices of Parliament, agents of Parliament, staff of parliamentary committees, a community of evaluators, a community of auditors, professional development communities around those people that do feedback. they are not well connected to digital government, and all of those efforts that were on Kevin's bubbles have to be applied to the feedback communities within
Et
government as
ça
well.
doit être appliqué
I would say
aux
that it's
rétroactions du gouvernement
important
aussi.
to
Et
understand
je
the
dirais
way
que
that
ça serait
ministers
important de
think about these
comprendre
issues in the
la
sense
façon
that,
que les ministres
yes,
réfléchissent à la communauté de rétrospection. Peu importe qui ils sont, ils vont avoir le réflexe de se retirer. Et les risques autour de la vie privée et la cybersécurité et l'interférence à l'étranger, ce sont les choses que les gouvernements doivent considérer et donc on doit les amener dans la fabrication du design. Le travail est difficile autour de la sécurité et les contrôles à l'interne et la conformité des données on doit pouvoir accéder à des protocoles et tout. Ce sont de vrais risques dans une société démocratique sous la loi mondiale. C'est du travail assez difficile. Donc, et je sais que ça s'en vient plus tard aujourd'hui, mais soyez vigoureux à considérer les données biaisées. Qui n'est pas capturé par vos sets de données? Soyez au courant des évidences de l'information biaisée. Les gens vont voir ce qu'ils veulent voir parce que ça va ressortir dans plusieurs exemples aujourd'hui. Ce serait qu'on pourrait avoir une conférence entière au Canada à propos du fédéralisme d'un gouvernement numérique et comme on a vu cette semaine avec les élections au Québec et avec le gouvernement en Alberta, on n'a pas besoin de rappel. Mais tout ce qui est significatif au Canada implique des fois 2 et 3 niveaux du gouvernement. Quand on réfléchit au changement climatique et les soins de santé et les réconciliations avec les Premières Nations et les mesures de COVID, etc., etc. Donc, ce que le gouvernement fait avec ça, ça rend que les facteurs sont plus difficiles. Et ça ne veut pas dire qu'on peut pas de parler un peu moins rapidement. Alors là où les ministres sont concernés, ils ne considèrent pas nécessairement à quoi réfléchissent les politiciens. C'est drôle que vous dites aussi qu'ils ont peur des échecs des données ou de ne pas bien réussir. Et aussi à propos du besoin que quand les ressources sont plus serrées et là où ils se virent autour du monde pour faire un cas pour l'investissement. Donc, il y a beaucoup d'impact sur ce que vous avez dit. Merci beaucoup. Christina, je vous donne le micro. Et donc, je peux suivre ce que Michael a dit avec un exemple bien concret en Allemagne. Je suis très heureuse de savoir ce que vous avez fait.
Au sein du gouvernement fédéral, il est important de noter que afin de proposer des services digitaux, nous avons besoin de législation numérisée, nous avons besoin d'expertise donnée. Maintenant, concernant la conception des services, afin de faire face éventuellement aux écarts et de pouvoir avoir une transformation des données en processus effectif, et notamment le
régulation digital ready. Based on that, we want to develop methods and approaches that are targeted towards public sector decision makers, and then based on this, guiding questions that public servants, legists themselves can use in their daily work. The second learning is working in interdisciplinary teams provides better results also when you think about redesigning core government processes. The fact that we have been working with a task force that is set up across government, so from different agencies and ministries, has been enormously helpful in gathering feedback and evidence based on what's currently working well and what isn't in legislation, in the policy making and the legislative processes. And that helps us to actually change these core processes and provide evidence and facts for decision makers to change something about these ways of working. And the second one is that iterating in this process is crucial to success. So we're currently working on the first draft of this digital readiness check that will be aligned by the end of the year, but then we're putting it in use. So we will check the first policies, regulation, bills that are being designed or are being created in the next year, and we will iterate on the checklist, on the principles in the next year in order to make it better, to make it become more known throughout government, and to basically just optimize this regulation and this framework that policymakers and lawmakers can work with. And the third one is a bit of a long shot, but
we put the conditions in place for government, for digital transformation of government strategy. And the creation of CDDO was an opportunity for us to sit back and say, and really look at the data and understand just how scheme, which was built during the pandemic, was a joint scheme, which was built during the pandemic, was a joint venture between Treasury and HMRC. One of the most sort of ambitious economic interventions in the UK's history. And it was stood up in 4 weeks by a digital team. I'm sure you had many instances during the COVID, the pandemic of doing similar brilliant feats through digital. But then at the same time, we have some really old services in government. We have some services that require people to print off forms, over 6,000 actually, on gov.uk, which means people need a printer. I mean, I don't know if you have a printer at home, but I don't. And so those that are really in need, that are coming to the government to get to access services, really struggle. And so we looked at, we sort of took a step back, and that sort of same a new forum, well, not new, as new as us in CDDO, so we've been existing for about a year. And we come together and talk to them about digital and data. And it's an amazing lever through which we can ensure that we are holding feet to the fire in terms of achieving our our transformation aims. And then on capability for our permanent secretaries, we've made a commitment that they all signed up to in that strategy we launched in June, that 90% will be upskilled, 90% of our SCS, our senior civil servants, in digital and data essentials by 2025. We've launched our Digital and Data Essentials on gov.uk, and it's a set of basic elements of digital and leadership of digital communities and services and the digitally enabled policy design to help our leaders understand what it takes to design policy that's fit for a digital age and design services that are usable and efficient. So that's that first community. The second community, our DDAP professionals, we're deepening their skill sets and doing a whole program of work around that.
C'est beaucoup plus facile pour la fonction publique. Donc, il y a un moment à capturer. Christine, est-ce que vous pensez qu'il y a eu ce changement en Allemagne? J'ai envie de...
With the paradigm shift that is necessary in order to work with digital talent, to work with data scientists, you need a learning space, and you need a concrete challenge that comes from the
Changement de paradigme suite à la Covid. C'est plutôt quelque chose qui nous a occupés pendant des années et des années. Et essayer de toucher les gens lors de leurs tâches quotidiennes et de pouvoir aider les gens au quotidien. C'est un facteur très important. Michael, est-ce que vous avez vu un changement au Canada? Tout le monde voit la disruption ou l'accélération à cause de la pandémie et qui a touché le secteur privé, le secteur public. Des bouleversements Je pense que cela a changé un petit peu la capacité. Je pense que cela a changé un petit peu la capacité de résistance au changement. C'est ce que ça a changé. Ce n'est pas facile d'organiser la transformation des sites web au Canada, mais je pense
In the last few months, though, we've also had the lying in state of Her Majesty the Queen and a state funeral. We've had a budget, a fiscal event to respond to the energy crisis that you mentioned earlier. There is always another crisis, is how it feels like in government. And I think something we do well is respond in a crisis and mobilize resource and capability and focus, and we deliver. And I think that the COVID did teach us a number of things. I think there are three enduring benefits. One is the expectation of ministers and senior leaders that data be used on a daily basis to inform decisions, which is obviously hugely valuable and has enabled us to build on that. We've launched a data masterclass where our civil servants and our ministers, many of our ministers have now taken it to understand how to lead organizations better using data. The second change is the pace and the expectations around pace of standing up new services. Most of our services were stood up in weeks during the pandemic. It used to be months. And that has been a huge sort of a huge branding advantage for us in the digital function as to the art of the possible. And I think the third piece is around we are using data more. We're also building services more quickly. But what these crises have shown us is the need to work across departments much more effectively. Yeah. And I think there we had some brilliant examples during the pandemic of sharing data, for instance, between HMRC and the NHS, which enabled us to identify
comprendre qu'il faut avoir des solutions numérisées, centralisées, standardisées pour nous protéger. Je pense qu'il n'est pas réaliste de penser voir que les 300 organisations du gouvernement canadien pourraient avoir des ressources chacune de leur côté. Nous devons avoir créé de manière globale un environnement sécurisé. Sinon, nous allons avoir un véritable problème. Donc, c'est la réalité de la cybersécurité. Très important de pouvoir construire sur la confiance que doivent inspirer les hommes politiques. Maintenant, travailler sur un partage d'informations transgouvernementales, partager ce qui doit l'être. Maintenant, concernant les hommes politiques, la bonne politique, la bonne initiative, c'est ce pourquoi nous élisons les hommes politiques. Tant qu'ils ont des bonnes informations concernant leurs actions, il faut respecter le processus démocratique. Mais il faut également comprendre qu'il y a des biais et des filtres, et également l'action des médias sociaux. Merci, Michael. Megan, très rapidement, concernant ces deux questions, et je vais en prendre une option pour nos collègues des départements de gestion de données, également dans d'autres domaines, notamment la décision politique. Mais c'est très important. Mais pour moi, comme Christine l'a souligné, ce n'est pas simplement le fait d'avoir ces principes, mais également de les englober dans une véritable culture de gouvernement. C'est une législation et si nous n'avons pas de loi commune, je ne sais pas comment est-ce que cela va fonctionner. Je ne sais pas comment cela fonctionne au Canada, mais c'est le cas pour nous. En termes de données publiques, tout doit être écrit dans une loi et ainsi le Parlement a décidé qu'il en serait.
That's transparent, and everybody can trust that data, personal data, is in register now. About this, if you don't like the other question,
citizen,
yeah, I believe in service design and co-creating and that kind of thing. It takes also times.
Yeah.
It needs work, but I think that is the very good path.
I'm sure that will come up in other sessions we're having about kind of AI and digital IDs, for example, the importance of co-creation with citizens as well. So we've got time very quickly. I know we are now standing between you and coffee. Got time for, say, 2 more questions. So there's a person there. Thank you very much. And then does anybody else want to add another question? We didn't mention it a lot, so that would definitely come up throughout the rest of the day as well. Michael, you're nodding. Let's go first on ethics.
Well, I won't speak to current Canadian experience, but I know that there are a lot of international conversations. I'll put in a plug for Global Government Forum as it organized conversations on this, and there is a group of digital countries. It was 6, then it was 9, then it was 12. Particularly the ethics around software, predictive technologies, AI, are very important, and there are all kinds of issues there about systemic racism and gender bias and exclusion and any number of ethics. So again, the thing about AI is not the technology, it's the humans, and it's very much the governance and the ethics, which is going to determine whether these are trusted tools of democratic governance or the tools of authoritarian government.
Thanks, Michael. Tula, what's happening on ethics in Finland?
Well, that is very important thing. And again, an example from Finland, we had a great discussion about can we make tax decisions automatically? And well, actually, we couldn't. But now there will be a law about that, and it's like very narrow things you can do automatically. And AI is totally like the next step, but robotics and automatics, yeah, it is a discussion about that. And that also must be transparent.
Yeah, a big conversation going on. Megan?
Well, we can be subject to welcome scrutiny around the sorts of algorithms we're using.
Thanks. Christina, the final thoughts on ethics.
Actually, this is not core of our work. There is a data strategy, and the Ministry of Digital and Transport is working on, has an ethics board. The way we think about ethics is mainly through accessibility and inclusion, the way we build digital services. And we have an accessibility squad at the digital service that thinks about and learns about how to make services accessible and inclusive. But there are other actors in Germany that think a lot more about ethics in data.
Brilliant. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for our panel, for sharing all your thoughts and expertise. You'll all be sticking around, I think, so if people want to grab you, challenge you on anything or agree with anything you've said, then you will be outside. We are now going to break for coffee. We will be back here in this room at 11 o'clock. Interesting, that last question on ethics, I'm sure will play a big part in the first session when we come back from coffee, because that session will all be about deploying AI in government. So I think that will definitely come up. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. Thank you so much. you could take your seats. Everyone, if you could take your seats quickly, please. We're going to begin soon. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm giving you 5 seconds to get back to your seats. Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's great to have such a buzz in the room. I think it's just wonderful to hear all of that after so long that we've had to be apart. So I hope you enjoyed the break. Welcome back to everybody on the live stream. I hope you managed to do something very exciting at home in the 20-minute break that we had. I'm delighted to be introducing our next panel. This panel is all about the very simple, uncontroversial, not at all misunderstood topic of deploying AI in government. Before I introduce our wonderful speakers, and they are wonderful speakers, I do just have to recognize the fact that of all the panels that we have today, where I think we have managed to get really quite good diversity of our panels, this one is our only male panel. So with no disrespect to our fantastic men on the panel, I do apologize. We did try really hard to get a female speaker on AI. We just weren't able to do so. But it does mean that the wonderful women in the room, I'm looking for you for even more contribution when it comes to the questions during this panel. So in terms of our brilliant speakers, we've obviously heard from Kevin here today. If you weren't here right at the beginning of the day, Kevin is the former Director General of the Government Digital Service in the UK and now expert advisor for Global Government Forum. We are then going to hear from Frédéric Marcus, who's Deputy Chief Operating Officer at the Living Lab for the Agence e-Santé in Luxembourg. Then we will hear from Melvin Greer, who is Fellow and Chief Data Scientist for the Americas at Intel. And then Yvan Gauthier, who is Head of Artificial Intelligence Accelerator at the National Research Council in Canada. And Sultan Baramov, who is Deputy Director for the eGov Development Center in Azerbaijan. So equally as jet-lagged as I am today, if not a bit more. But we didn't have that much time, as much as we wanted for questions in the last session. So without further ado, any further introductions, Kevin, I'm coming to you for your opening thoughts.
I need to just flick on. So that's me. I'm still Kevin Pennington. I did quite a bit of work recently. The UK has a very significant agreement with the United Arab Emirates on working together on artificial intelligence. And they actually have a minister who's a really nice guy and very knowledgeable on AI. And he came across the UK during summer, and I hosted an esteemed round table of UK compatriots on his behalf. And prior to that, we established what are the 5 most important topics around AI facing UK government today. And so all I'm going to do is read them out loud, really, and then leave you and the panel decide whether you want to talk more about them. So it's very hard to read from here. So number 1, not surprisingly, is explainability. I'm not going to say any more on that topic. Number 2 is the esoteric discussion of synthetic data. Again, I'm not going to say any more on that topic. Number 3, I'm going to talk about, because it's one of my bête noires, digital identity. And you'll be astonished to find how much AI is prevalent in digital identity today. So for people who have it, they often use biometric identification, facial thumbprints, that's all AI. Often use fuzzy matching, that's all AI. They often use kind of behavioral tracking behind the scenes. And again, a lot of that is AI. So you might be surprised to find there's a lot of AI already in the digital identity systems that we're all producing. Digital twins, I'm going to leave to my esteemed colleague here. One of my personal favorites, retraining skilled AI staff. So probably like many of you, I've trained some of my staff in AI very expensively to find they go and work in the private sector as soon as they're trained. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but if anybody's got an alternative to that, I'd be certainly receptive to hearing it. And that was all I planned to say, Siobhan.
Brilliant. Thank you, Kevin, keeping it really, really short there. So explainability, synthetic data, digital ID. Kevin, I don't know why you're not on the digital ID session later, but digital twins and retraining and skills. Thank you so much. Frederick.
Yeah. Thank you to let me explain you what we are doing in Luxembourg, actually, in this digital twins area. First of all, for 2 years now in Luxembourg, we have a national EHR for all the population. I would say even more than all the population, because all the cross-border workers are also included, which represent almost the population of Ottawa, actually. And for all these people, the EHR is actually working, and we have now actually more than 8 million documents. It's mostly biology documents, imaging the documents, and different kind of reports. And now, okay, we have this storage of information. What could we do with this information? So now we are working on one process that we call Cameron process. Cameron linked to the Avatar film. It's digital twins, in which we are implementing a data lake. We are pushing all this information in this data lake with, first of all, a layer of pseudonymization of the identity, then a second layer of anonymization of the documents. But before giving the opportunity to people to use this information, we have then a third layer of anonymization, which with an algorithm, an AI algorithm, will prove that the information are still anonym. Because nowadays, we know that if you have one anonym database and one second anonym database, we are merging them, it's not anonym anymore. So when pushing all this anonym information in the data lake, we have to be in the final step to check that all this information are still anonym. It is, of course, related to the security of the data protection and all these topics that we are sure that we are going to speak about.
Thank you, Frederick. Sorry, thank you. Gosh, you guys are keeping it very concise
Yeah,
on this
yeah,
panel, which is excellent. So we're going to have lots of time for questions.
You threatened us, and if we didn't.
I was very strict on the prep calls for this. So really interesting to hear what you're doing in Luxembourg, and really stressing there the importance of anonymization as well, and data privacy in this. Melvin, over to you.
I cannot tell you how happy I am that I'm doing this in Ottawa, because I lived here as an expat for a year. I married a girl from Ottawa who graduated from Ottawa U. And all of my children, including my wife, of course, are Canadian citizens. So being back in Ottawa is really, really cool for me. Last night I had dinner with my sister-in-law, and it was great. So as the chief data scientist at Intel, I'm responsible for applying AI to lots of different enterprises in various domains: oil and gas, education, financial services, health and life sciences, and so on. But there are some peculiar and unique things about doing it in public sector that I just want to highlight very quickly. Number one, governments as an enterprise tend to be the producers, actually the largest producer of data in their country. And so this discussion about how data is created, managed, tagged, classified, and made available is not a side job for government. They are the largest producers of data, and so they have to take that responsibility very seriously. And so when we think about this idea of being able to drive responsible and ethical AI, the second discussion point I want to highlight comes to bear, and that is that governments also have this dual responsibility for not only protecting the homeland and national defense and national security from external threats, but they have that same responsibility for internal threats. And so the ability to understand how to balance the use of data to support broad citizen services, and at the same time use that in a very ethical, responsible, and transparent manner for homeland security and national defense, this is a key balancing point that only federal governments often have responsibility for. And then third, I think it's really important to think about the new things that are happening with AI. The speed with which AI is moving is increasingly forcing governments to adopt what Intel has described as ambidextrous thinking. The ability to think about current events and ideas around advanced technologies and policymaking around those, but also what are we needing to do for neuromorphic, for quantum, for brain research, for moving from Web 2 to Web 3. These require different levels of thinking, you know, the ones in the tactical versus the ones in the strategic. And government is typically the place where this actually has to happen. And so we're not talking about just training people on how to use R and Python or code. We're really talking about how to train people on how to do both the tactical aspects of AI, but also the very strategic ones as well. So I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mo. And you've won the hearts and minds with your nationality story. So, Ivan, over to you.
I'm about to reinforce some of the things that Melvin just said. So I work with the National Research Council of Canada, the NRC, and I joined the NRC about a year and a half ago to lead a new accelerator specifically focused on supporting the government of Canada and the federal departments, partly for the reasons that Melvin has raised, and I will mention them later. But as a bit of a background, at the NRC we have a division with over 100 specialists focused on digital technologies only. We've been in the machine learning space for many decades. And we also have a long history of supporting both the private sector and the public sector when it comes to different areas of AI, from advanced analytics, natural language processing, and machine vision. So AI is really not new to us, and I would argue that AI is not new to the government of Canada. In my previous life, I spent most of my career at the Department of National Defense working on some of the things that Melvin mentioned. I was embedded with different organizations, helping decision makers to better use their data using advanced analytics, machine learning, and make better decisions using these data. So AI is not new, but what I think is really new is, well, a couple of things. The growing appetite for AI, which is really not just for national security now or research departments. It's really across the government with all the digital transformation agendas that are going on. But a second thing, and this is something that we have observed a lot at the NRC because we work both with the private sector and the public sector, is the growing differences between the two environments. When you work with the government, you're facing different sets of problems, different sets of data, and the way you have to handle the data is also completely different. So I'm not sure if Melvin will agree, but in industry, you're dealing with a lot of processes where the objective function is to maximize efficiency, minimize costs, increase customer engagement. That's easy to frame. But if you're in the government and you want to increase the quality of services or improve policymaking, it's much more difficult. You also have to deal with very sensitive data. You have to handle ethical issues, privacy issues very carefully, make sure that you automate any process that you want to automate. You have to handle the risk of doing that. And on top of that, you have to add all the kind of skill set issues that were mentioned, infrastructure issues, data governance issues, all that to say that it's a different ball game, and I think that's why it deserves an internal capacity, and we need to develop internally within the government the capacity to deal with these problems.
Thanks, Ivan. So really mirroring a lot of what Melvin said there about some of those unique challenges for the public sector when it comes to the deployment of AI, in particular around very sensitive data, the risks involved, and focusing on the improvement of services, the quality of services as well. Thank you. And last but not least, Sultan, over to you.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. Before jumping straight onto the topic, I'd like to take you back to 2013, when the public service delivery reforms have started in Azerbaijan. As the former Soviet Union country, we've inherited some challenges such as petty corruption, substantial amount of bureaucracy, totally different processes and procedures implemented by different government agencies. So in 2013, we've had the challenge to bring all the government agencies under the same standards. And as a result, we've created the ASAN public service malls all over Azerbaijan. The government had invested huge amounts of money in order to do that. As a result, the citizen satisfaction increased to above 95%, zero petty corruption, the same shelter where all the government agencies are gathered and acting as per ASAN standards and providing public services to the citizens of Azerbaijan. Now, this model had later won the United Nations Award back in 2016. Now, the introduction of the ASAN model has increased the expectations of the citizens from us, and they're expecting the same success in the digital environment, so in the digital government services. And from that perspective, our center has the mandate to act like a service center lab, the service design lab, where we're analyzing, simplifying and digitalizing the services in digital environment. And the usage of artificial intelligence is one of the trendy directions that we are considering at the moment. What we tend to do, we tend to demonstrate to the end users, to the audience, the benefits of the artificial intelligence, to get them to feel what benefits can be brought to their lives through the usage of the artificial intelligence in digital government services. I can bring you some practical examples. For example, we've created the single sign-on system where the registration was carried out through the video recording, and the human being, the operator at the back, would verify the registration. Now we've replaced it with the artificial intelligence. If the visual matches with the visual on the identification card above 80%, the system automatically verifies. So before, it used to take up to 4 days to get the registration, which was not making everyone happy. If you are if it's an urgent case, you have to wait for 4 working days. And now, through the introduction of the artificial intelligence, it happens within a couple of minutes only. So it is also aiming to support our strategic goal, which is increasing the citizen satisfaction. In the nearest future, we're also considering to use the artificial intelligence, for example, the emotion detection in our public service malls, to make sure that our operators are smiling enough when they are serving to the citizens, or the object detection, whether they are wearing the ties in the accurate manner when they serve to the citizens. For the moment, it's the human beings who are controlling it, which could be biased, which could be subjective, but with the introduction of the machine learning, we're going to let the technology decide that. Thank you.
I love this idea of artificial intelligence checking if you're smiling enough. I think that's really, really interesting. Thank you so much. Really interesting to hear how much you've achieved in Azerbaijan overall in kind of public service reform, public sector reform, but then almost a kind of the challenges of your own success there in terms of citizens' assumptions going up on how much more you can do now on digitalization. So really interesting to hear. So we are coming to the audience in a moment on questions, but I've just got one. Obviously, in the session that we had earlier, lots of talk around some of the barriers to some of the digital reforms, digital transformation, including getting politicians on board, getting senior officials on board, that understanding of what data and digitalization can do. Nowhere in the webinars that we do in GGF do we have more questions around people not understanding things than we do when we talk about AI. Do you think that lack of understanding of what AI actually is one of the biggest barriers that we face across the public sector in terms of adoption? Melvin, I'm going to start with you, because you kind of straddle both the public and the private sector.
Sure. As I mentioned to you, I'm a fellow at the FBI as well, so I'm actually a member of government and a member of industry, and so education is key. I think the idea that we heard around public-private partnerships is a fundamental building block for helping to make sure public servants understand how these technologies work and the implications associated with them. I'll tell you that at Intel we've created curriculum that we provided to public sector organizations and governments around the world to help jumpstart their education process. But I think what's interesting about this concept is that most people actually have an experiential understanding of the key elements of AI without necessarily calling it AI, right? So everybody creates about 3 terabytes of data every day. Everybody's got to figure out where to store it, how to secure it, who they're going to share it with, how they're going to find it, how they can search on it. And these are the fundamental elements that governments also have to deal with, only at a much grander scale. So yeah, education is important, but when we really start thinking about understanding AI, we can look to ourselves and look in the mirror at what we do every day, because we are, in fact, without any hesitation, the data engine that makes AI possible. We, collectively, we are that data engine. And so in many ways, we have that understanding, and even if we don't call it machine learning or adversarial machine learning or generative, whatever you want to call it. We don't call it that, but we actually do the exact same function. And so in many ways, when we think about augmenting the workforce, we help our talent seekers, not necessarily finding people who have PhDs in data science, but people who really understand the fundamental building blocks that are associated with data, data management, governance, and analytics. And then we give them some of the advanced tools that we have so that they can escalate their growth potential. But this is not something that is beyond even my 14-year-old to do.
Thanks. Kevin, your thoughts as well on kind of just that basic lack of understanding of what AI technology is and what it can do?
So what would I say? I think there's a terribly popular misconception that somehow AI isn't computing. And it is. He says, as a fellow whose master's degree is in AI, it's just data and programs of a slightly different form. And so all the rigors that we could apply to programming and computing, like testing services, equally apply to AI. So it's not a different set of technologies. It's just a slightly different niche and different set of tools. But I think the public sees it very differently as sentinel almost, that it's a threat. It could somehow self-teach itself, because we grew up with all these science fiction films that show AI systems learning. And candidly, most of the AI systems that we have today are rather niche. We train them to a very specific job, whether it's facial recognition or otherwise, and they do it far better than we do, but in no way is that intelligent. It's just well learned. So I do think that there is a real perception gap with the general public believing that AI is much cleverer, more intelligent than it is, to the reality that practitioners at least think it is. What we do about it, I don't know really. Maybe stop some of those mad sci-fi movies, but that would take a lot of the joy out of life that I enjoy. Or, just better education. Yeah. Certainly in the UK, we have made a conscious attempt in government to have basic kind of training courses about AI, not for practitioners, but just like we did in the digital academies, to make sure people weren't worried about it, understood it a little better, and therefore felt more comfortable talking about it, but certainly more comfortable suggesting applications for it.
Kevin, Ivan, you were nodding there to what Kevin said. Is this misconception a big issue?
Yeah, well, what I would add is that along the same lines, AI is learning by itself. I think one of the, not a misconception, but I think something that people often miss is that AI is very data hungry, and without the data to start in the first place, data of a certain quality, not perfect data, I don't think perfect data exists, but you need good data to start with, a good amount of it. It needs to be well governed, and that's why we see all these data initiatives around the government, and we need that, and we also need the businesses and the organizations to understand their data. I see a lot of organizations who want to jump into AI straight away, but they've never really done a data exploration, a dashboard. They don't know their own business from a data standpoint, and they're trying to jump too many steps. So
I'm sure the issue of data will come up, and the quality of the data will come up in the questions. Please be getting your questions ready. I'm going to come to you after this. But Frédéric, to what extent is education part of what you do, kind of getting people to understand? Is that a big part of what you do?
Actually, we're trying to do it, but not only in the politics. In the health sector, we also have to educate the health professional, and then we don't have to forget the lawyers and the data protection officers. As an IT, we are dreaming of AI, and it's easy to build it, and we have all the data, but actually it's not working like that. In Europe, we have the GDPR, which is very strong for a couple of years, so we have to teach the data protection officers and the lawyers what is an EA, how is it working, but also the health professionals who are going to use it, because they are dreaming of the absolute total tools helping them in any situation, but it's not the reality. So yeah, in Europe we have some courses for a couple of years, including all these people, to only let them speak together. Okay, there is a topic, and it's very interesting to see the difference of point of view of a lawyer and a health professional.
So actually, some of the health professionals, they're expecting a lot. They want a lot.
If you're asking them what they want everything.
Yeah.
They want the data of all the population, and they don't want anonymization. So indeed, there is a lot of education we have to do.
Okay. Sultan, the issue of kind of misconception, you were saying that you're actually doing quite a lot of experimentation. So there must be a kind of willingness to do this.
First of all, I must mention that the resistance towards change management, towards digitalization, as well as the artificial intelligence has always been there, particularly among the civil servants who do not fully understand the topic. So apart from enlightening them, as my colleagues have mentioned, we also tend to demonstrate its benefits, the opportunities brought by AI in a practical manner. So by using the sandbox approach, like some of the tools which we've created where AI plays the vital role, do not have any regulations available, because we have this mandate to come up with the MVP to persuade the government that it works this way, that the AI has brought effectiveness, efficiency into the process, the accuracy, increase the accuracy to the process, and in a practical manner to persuade them, to demonstrate them what the artificial intelligence can bring onto the table. So that's the way we tend to do in Azerbaijan, because some other attempts, such as we've created the AI community, the web page, we're working with the universities, but we must admit that these are the episodic kind of activities. In order to put it in a practical manner, we need to demonstrate them the practical tools which do work.
Brilliant. Thank you, everybody. We are now going to come to questions from the audience. Who would like? We've got a lady there with her hand up. Let me see. Let's take two. And right at the back there as well. We can get there. Very excited to have a question. I think if you've got the mic at the back, we'll take yours first, and then we'll come. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sherry, and I work in data governance in a Canadian government agency, which I will not name. But I just want to answer, or at least speak to the question of education and skills, because as a personal example, having worked for a while in both industry and government, and I was working in government, and I realized that some professional training would do me some good. I found a director that was willing to pay for that. And again, you've got the people most not wanting to do that because they're worried they get this professional training, and then they go work for the private sector. So in my example, I went to her and I said, look, you sponsor this training and I will give you 3 years of my life. And it made me think of the military method, where they, we'll put you through school, but then you give us 5 years of your life. And how many of us could actually, use that? We have students coming in with all this great training, and I've been in that situation as well, where you have all this great industry standard, state-of-the-art training, and then you go into government and you're like, you're doing what? So the idea is take people who have government experience and know what's happening, and then put them out into the professional industry standard training, and then bring them back to help us fix stuff, but with that commitment that they're not going to jump ship.
Interesting.
What do you think?
Thanks, Sherry. So we'll hold that for now. So I thought that you'll only get investment in your training if you commit to staying in the public sector and the civil service for a certain amount of time. And then, yeah, lady there.
Hi, my name is Megan Collins. I work for Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. So we talked a little bit about the resistance to AI. I think the flip side of the coin is sometimes we have groups thinking that AI can solve everything. And I guess my question is if you have any advice for how do you, because there's other barriers like data quality issues as well as resources and funding, how would you recommend prioritizing and identifying your best options for actually doing AI? So what are your best candidates? How do you prioritize those? And then how do you actually communicate realistic expectations based off of that identification?
Thanks. A really great question. I think it goes to what Frederick was saying, is that people might have this perception that AI can solve everything for them. But actually, again, with limited resources, how do you help politicians and civil servants to prioritize the use of AI? So, again, answer one or both of those questions. Should we invest in people only if they commit to staying in the civil service? That's a bit controversial from your secret agency, I think, over there. And then, yeah, and then the best options for using AI. Melvin, I'm going to come to you first.
Well, you know, my life is a representative of what you're talking about, right? So the reason that I'm in public service and in industry is because the federal government, in the United States at least, wants to take advantage of industry specialists. They want people in industry to serve some time in public sector spaces. And I love this idea of rotational assignments for public sector professionals, especially as a function of understanding how we actually build these advanced technologies, because often the tools necessary or even the advanced use cases, because you know, one of the things that is very beneficial in learning is to see how we cross-pollinate between organizations like a large bank and public sector, or for a large healthcare person in public sector. So this idea of cross-pollination is important, but I think this idea of giving 3 years or 5 years of your life, it could have some unintended consequences, as you might imagine AI having. So I think the thing that we are encouraging our customers, especially at the senior levels, to think about is that an investment in people is never a bad idea. You know, the people who work at your agencies are not there because they are trying to make tons of money. They are trying to do a public service. They care about the delivery of services to citizens. They care about the government and the way that it runs. And so we encourage senior leaders in public sector to invest in their people in exactly the same way as a commercial entity would. Now, in terms of understanding the best use cases for AI, so first of all, in order to answer that question, and I'm not even going to try and answer it in totality, we have to understand that AI is not one thing, right? So we have lots of different things. We have machine learning, we have deep learning, we have computer vision, camera vision. We have a lot of things that fall under this umbrella we call AI. And I think as a practitioner, that's the very first step in thinking about what is really going to be the best use case. What are we actually trying to achieve, and what tool are we going to use to achieve it? And once we get that, you know, so if we are trying to figure out fraud, waste, and abuse, then we might use a machine learning algorithm to do some pattern matching against some, you know, previous cycles against this current cycle and predict what might happen in the next cycle. But the point is that a match between the capability and the specific capability of the type of data science that we're going to use against the real problem that we're trying to solve is really how we get to this idea of the best use cases for AI.
Thanks, Melvin. Frederick, I mean, you mentioned that this expectations that AI can achieve anything. So how do you, one, manage people's expectations, and secondly, how would you advise people to prioritize in terms of
Well, actually, the priorities was simply what would the agency do with this data. And the first idea was the rare disease. Actually, in Luxembourg, we have 20,000 people having a rare disease. If we are counting the family, it's almost 100,000 people touched by the rare disease. And the main problem is that it's 7 years to have the diagnosis of a rare disease. But if with this EHR we could have a pattern of what is a rare disease, it would be easier to make the diagnosis. For example, if you have 4 years children and you bring these children to 10 different specialists in 1 year, that's probably that you're looking for the disease of the children. And with this kind of pattern, we could push to the health professional the notification that maybe there is something. So the priority was not to build the unique, the total EA first, but to bring some easily things that could be solved by the AI. Having the normal pattern of health consumption of a citizen could be easy, would be easy to do, and then it will be easy to have the difference of this pattern. So there was no, the priority was what could we do easily, fast.
Maximum benefit,
Yeah.
kind of, yeah. Thanks. Ivan, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I'd like to add to that, because this is something I meet with different people from different departments all the time, and they often come with more than one ideas. Some of them reasonable, some of them more science fiction-esque. But we developed an approach to go through that and prioritize their use cases or their project ideas. We look at first the impact that doing a project will have, the feasibility, and feasibility has many components. You need the data, it has to be technically feasible, you need to be following the rules, you need to be able to implement this at the end of the day, but there are different dimensions that we look at, and the level of effort involved. And if you can find among your different ideas something that is relatively low effort, feasible, and high impact, this is the kind of quick wins you need to focus on, because that will pay off, that will likely give you some early success. You will be able to show that to your leadership, and you will be able to move on to maybe more complicated things and bigger projects down the road. But you need to start small with quick wins and move from there. That's the best
So
way.
you have developed kind of criteria for this. Kevin and then Sultan, also your thoughts in particular about this issue of only investing if people commit to stay.
Well, having admitted I'd failed on this subject, I'm certainly receptive to new ideas, but I think it'd be quite difficult to implement, to be honest. In a parallel world, when we started training for digital, and we trained 5,000 civil servants, almost none left, almost none. And they were all committed civil servants, as the AI guys were, but for some reason, it gave them a kind of new skill set and belonging and an ability to do things that they'd never been able to do before. We actually had people put off retiring because they used to say to me, I've spent 30 years in the civil service, Kevin, writing requirements to send them to a big company who sent them overseas. They came back and they didn't work. And now here I am talking to the customers, getting to see their reaction to things and making it work. And that was quite inspiring. And if I'm honest, I don't understand why that same approach did not work in AI, although clearly, at least in the UK, there's a huge market differential in pay between digital people in government and the private sector, which is not so large nowadays, and AI specialists in government and the private sector, which is incredibly large nowadays. So I'm not sure that the kind of handcuffing of people to their desk is necessarily the right answer. Same with Melvin's kind of idea of public and private. I've seen it work and I've seen it not work, candidly. There is a different kind of philosophy between people who do the job for real, is their job, and people who are seconded in for a couple of years. So I don't have a better answer, but I'm not sure that was the right answer.
Thanks, Kevin. Sultan, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's one of the greatest challenges in our industry to compete with the private sector in terms of the human resources. But in Azerbaijan, we have the double challenge. Apart from the private sector, we're also competing with the global markets where they use our experts as the cheap labor and utilize them. So apart from the emotional part of this story, like we're working for the country, we should be together, we're working on big, large scale of projects, which works maybe for 2-3 years, not more. We're also working closely with the universities and with the academies within the universities. Yeah, they produce us the junior specialists, which takes time to get to the desired level. But unfortunately, there is no concrete recipe in order to overcome this challenge at this stage.
Thanks. Okay, we've got time, I think, for 2 more quick questions before we go into our breakout rooms. Yes, there's 2 over here. If we could get the mics down here. There's a gentleman with the white shirt here in the second row, and then the lady behind. If the lady behind wants to, yeah, you go first because you've got the mic, and then could you put your hand up against things for the mic? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you to the panel for sharing your insight and experience on deploying AI in government. Before I ask my question, I just wanted to say, with respect to investing in our, employees in order to retain them, I think it's very important if you're passionate, and just like Dr. Greer said, we're here as civil servants to service our citizens of the government or of our province, country, whatever you want to call it. If you're passionate about something, invest in yourself, right? We don't necessarily need our leaders. It's nice to have our leaders and our companies invest in us, but it's so important to invest in yourself. So when my colleague and I heard about, this global forum, we said, hands down, it's coming out of our pocket. We're investing because this is important to us. So I just wanted to just share that. My question is to the panel, in deploying and implementing AI in the government, what challenges have you faced, or and any mitigations or insights that you can share that you've overcome those challenges in deploying AI in the government or your organization? Thank you.
Thanks so much. And then gentleman in front, thank you.
Thank you. So I would surmise that a large portion of the departure of recently upskilled employees is because they return and do not have the ability to successfully implement or effectuate change. So like, well, if I can't do it here, I'll go to somewhere else. And we've heard a lot today about the successful implementation of AI being predicated on support from senior leadership and their understanding around it, right? So I guess my question to you would be, how do you get a minister to take a course on AI? Like, do you have any examples of successfully upskilling senior leaders in this field?
Thank you. Okay, so 2 great questions, and we've only got a couple of minutes, so really brief answers, I'm afraid. So how do you get a minister to take a course in AI? And also, could you just tell us your biggest challenge, you think, in kind of deploying AI in the public sector?
Can I start with the first question?
Yeah.
It's not a UK example, but the United Arab Emirates has a minister for AI, actually has a minister, and he knows his stuff as well as we do. Really, it's incredible. So it can be done. We haven't done it, but it can be done. And to give you one of the positive conversations I had with him when I first met him, which is going back quite a few years now, was about gov.uk, the UK's big website, 500,000 pages. We used to tag the pages manually. And in British, we'd describe this as painting the 4th bridge. You start at one end, you go all the way to the rest, and by the time you finish, you have to come back and start again. And it just took forever. And we invented we taught a machine learning algorithm to do that for us. And it now does it overnight. And the success, the accuracy of it compared to humans doing this is incredible. So that's deliberately not answering the question about challenge. That's saying there are some positives in this. You can find ministers who genuinely understand it. You can find people who are prepared to adopt it. And so we shouldn't be too negative that we can't train good people and get good applications in
That's
service.
like a job interview when you're asked to say something negative about yourself and you turn it into a positive.
Yeah, it was brilliant.
Come up
Brilliant.
with there. Thank you. Sultan, I'm going to come to you. How do we get ministers on board, and your biggest challenge, you think?
Yeah, I'll start with the biggest challenge. First of all, as I've mentioned, it's the lack of digital knowledge. It's the resistance towards digitalization and towards the AI. And I've already mentioned the way we attempt to overcome this issue in Azerbaijan by bringing on the table the practical tools, examples that work, and asking for the support to get the regulation and legislation part sorted by the government. When it comes to the first question, it's a very tricky question. I mean, it's very hard to imagine the minister taking a course on the AI, but at least what we can do, maybe not himself personally, but the team dealing with the digitalization, maybe to attempt them to have enough kind of the mindset in order to impact him for the correct, educate the team, to impact him to take the appropriate decisions in favor of the digitalization and AI.
Yeah, a sneaky way in. Frederick, your thoughts on ministers and also your biggest challenge?
About the ministers, I don't know what to answer. Maybe it would be easier to have some assistant to the minister who knows what is the AI. Indeed.
Like Sultan said.
And the second question was what the...
What do you think your biggest challenge and barriers are?
Actually, the biggest challenge is, it's linked to the education, is to make people understand what we want to do and how we want to do. There is a big fear of data breach, of what is happening if all these health data are in the dark web or I don't know where. So we have to explain them very clearly what is the pseudonymization, what is anonymization, because still now it's clear that for at a political level, anonymization is not a very clear idea. Okay. For them, if a document is anonym, the database is anonym. So this is the main priority in the agency, with this common process to make them understand what is the anonymization and how then we could use this data for building AI. But first step is to build this data lake.
Thanks. So understanding the process. Thank you. Melvin, very quick thoughts from you.
So the biggest activity that you can do to deal with getting a minister to get training is one of the things that the GOC has done just recently, and that is assign a person to be the chief data officer whose only job it is to be unaware of how to turn data into an enterprise asset across government. That action alone will inspire education upon the Minister of Science and all the other ministers. The young lady's question is much more difficult to deal with. One of the biggest challenges in government is that data scientists in government start off with this idea that they're going to learn data science. What they end up with is becoming activists. If you are a data scientist in government, you see how government is using data, and data scientists in government end up becoming activists. And the question that they ask is the same question that Kevin raised on his list. How do I make this AI ethical? Now, this is not a technical issue. And so Intel, internal, as well as what we advise our customers to do, is get out of this discussion from a technologist perspective only. So today, we are hiring anthropologists, ethicists, community leaders, religious leaders, and we're encouraging our customers to do the same thing when they think about how to develop and field, technologies that are going to be making decisions about people on their behalf when they're not actually there to interrogate the decision, or the mechanism that was used to make the decision, or the data that was used to drive the decision. And when you start doing that, you become keenly aware of the fact that as a technologist, you own very little responsibility for how it works. You actually have to get more and more people who really understand anthropology and ethics and community before you can successfully deploy against this challenge of ethical AI. And that's what we're doing, and we're asking our customers to do as well.
Thanks, Melvin. Interesting, as we're coming to Ivan's final thoughts, that we come back to ethics again, the importance of ethics and equality and inclusion. Ivan, the final thoughts to you.
I'm just going to focus on the word deploying, because there's a big difference between developing AI and deploying it. And there's a lot of challenges I could name, but the infrastructure one remains a big one, because if you want to put something into production and use it for real, it's not just doing something on your laptop, you need to ingest new data, you need to put it in a user interface, you need to retrain the model as it starts to drift, you need to do all kinds of things, and without the proper infrastructure, this is very, very hard to do. So the cloud-first strategy we have in the government will help. It has been a game changer for my teams before. And until we have the tools of the trade, it's going to be hard to deploy AI on a regular basis. And this will also impact retention that we talked about before, because if you don't give these bright people the tools that they need to do their work, well, they're going to go where the tools exist.
Thanks, Ivan. I'm really sorry we couldn't get through all the questions, but as I say again, our fantastic panel here, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, they're a brilliant panel, will be around, so please do grab them at any point if you see them outside. Thank you so much for your contributions. Just, if you stay there for 1 second, I'm just going to explain. The next session is actually breakout, so there are 2 sessions running in parallel for the next session. If you want to hear about building trust in digital identification, verification, and digital IDs, you can stay in here. If you want to talk about project management and funding in a digital age, then you go next door. I'm afraid we've slightly run over time, so you'll have to run next door. We're going to start in 3 minutes, our next session. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, everyone. That was great.
Municipal?
Yeah, municipal.
Yeah, yeah. And no national ID scheme like in the UK.
No.
Okay, my mic has become live, so I think that means it's time to get going. I think we're just going to close the doors at the back. There we go, just got a few people coming in. So thank you everybody for being back in the room. This is our final session of the morning before we break for lunch. And this one is about the issue that we've heard quite a lot from, I think, already. So the issue of building trust in digital IDs, digital identity verification. I think there's different terminology as already across different countries, different challenges faced by different countries, as Kevin was saying earlier, very much, I think, falling into whether you have a national ID scheme in place or not already is having an impact on how fast you can progress a kind of digital verification, digital ID, and then just lots of challenges around federalism as well, which I'm sure we will come on to in terms of taking this forward, and then all those issues around trust and the citizens kind of buying into this as well. So we have another fantastic panel with us here for this session. First, we will hear from Magdalena Zadara, who is Head of Product at Digital Service in Germany. Then we will hear from John Pilon, who is Director of the Canadian Federal Government at Zscaler, one of our private sector knowledge partners today. And then we will hear from Michael Goit, who is Director, Digital Credentials, Policy and Agreements Office of the Chief Information Officer at the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat here in Ottawa. So we can get into those questions straight away, I'm going to go over to Magdalena.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Siobhan. Let me just say one sentence about why I'm standing up and not sitting down like everyone else. I have a bad back, so thank you so much for accommodating for that. I'm sure some of you might empathize with the issue. So I'm going to give you a little bit of German context to digital ID. So we do happen to have a citizen ID. We've had it for a long time. We have ID cards that cover pretty much all permanent residents and citizens in Germany. And yet the adoption of digital identity in Germany is at single-digit percentage numbers. So we have not seen that kind of dichotomy of if you have a citizen ID, then you'll do well in digital ID. And I think some context that you also need to understand about Germany is that obviously we come with a very rich and burdensome history around authoritarian regimes, around the state essentially abusing people's data or abusing their personal details to prosecute them, to discriminate against them, etc. So there's a very high level of built-in distrust in this society. And I think to summarize the 3 points that I'm going to touch upon in terms of building trust is just it takes time. And let me tell you what I mean by that. So first of all, the technology that you're using behind your digital ID needs to be solid. And I think Germany is quite high on the kind of sensitivity scale to this abuse, as I mentioned, but I'm sure there's lessons from this that can be taken away to other governments or other states. So the tech really needs to be solid, and we do have a very, very active kind of third sector, non-government actors who are very kind of watchful and critical of the government. So if you put out a new tech product in Germany, people will attempt to hack it immediately and kind of see how it can be abused. So knowing that, it just takes time for technology to be proven, to be secure, private, etc. So we do have actually this EID infrastructure, as we call it. We've had it around for over 10 years, and that has been tried and tested and hacked in any possible direction, and it now stands up. So why is it not adopted if it's so great? Well, the second point is whatever you're making, it needs to be usable and useful to people, right? So just because you have something that's a very solid piece of technology, it doesn't mean that automatically people are going to use it. And that actually just really also takes time and patience and some diverse profiles, right, to work on these things. So we at Digital Service, we're a quite new unit in Germany. And our whole spiel, if you want, is that we have very interdisciplinary teams. Many of us come from the private sector, from the software industry, and so kind of diversity in profiles and interdisciplinarity is something that we put a very big emphasis on. And having these profiles, you can then start working with users, user testing your solutions, and really getting into the details, because there's no like single sweeping decision that you can, as a policymaker, as an actor in government, you can take and then everything is going to fall into place perfectly. There's thousands of decisions every single day, and people need to take them every single day with this trust building in mind. And I guess the third point that follows out of that is just having a shift of mindset from being a normative body to being user-centric, right? So the government, governments around the world, but especially the German government, comes from a perspective of just being a normative body. They put out laws, people have to adhere by them, end of story. And in a time when you know, before the information age, maybe that worked fine, or even German government was held up as an example of great public administration, but nowadays it just doesn't work anymore because people get their information from everywhere and they expect very different things. So users are expecting their government to make their lives easier and not harder. And so you need to shift to a user-centric mindset and really kind of have the courage also to face citizens and face users. And it's because it's not a pleasant process, as many of you who've done user testing might know. If you go out with the first version, people might hate it and they might criticize it, and you know, you might feel a bit bad. But once you get into routine of improving and iterating, it'll feel great that people are starting to accept it. So kind of these three things help you, I guess, just be patient and build up a muscle of working with your users to build trust. And unfortunately, there's no silver bullet on how to build trust in digital identity or anywhere for that matter.
Thank you so much, Magdalena. I mean, a perfect way to start, because I think you've raised lots of issues that everyone else will be familiar with. So interesting to hear what you said, that despite having that national ID scheme in place, you've got very low take-up. The importance not just of the technology being robust and being correct, but also those issues around culture and history and trust in your kind of public services, trust in your political system as well. And then that shift to a user-centric mindset being really important. Thank you so much, Magdalena. John, coming to you.
Well, it's a lot to digest. Well, I wasn't really sure, to be honest, you know, and then we talked about that last week on where does industry fit in this discussion. And you brought up a lot of very good points around user-centric and trust, but how do you build up trust in essentially, from an industry perspective, a zero-trust environment? Like, we don't trust anybody. So how do you, and I think it's going to be generational as well. So, you know, from my generation to my son's generation, it's totally different. The level of acceptance of government or technology, right? So my son does things at 12, I don't know how he does it. So, but he's very well versed in what he does, and he's very good at it. You mentioned there's no silver bullet, and that's a big one. And coming from industry and from the cyber side, it is a team sport, right? And you've got to try and get this right, and it's never going to be perfect. But I think that the key thing is, like I said, generational, but I think it has to be seamless to the user, right? Anything that you have a pushback on, think about your daily lives, new technologies, new systems coming in. For me, I got another Salesforce module to fill out. I'm like, oh, yeah, you know, it takes a while, but you kind of get used to it, and it's normalized. So I think to your point, it will take time to get normalized, but I think one, digital identity is important. I mean, if anyone's really worried in today's age about your information being out there, like, have you bought a car? Have you gone to the dentist? You know, all your information, you bought a house, it's all there, right? And I think the key thing is not being able to string all that information together in any specific time to identify a specific person, right? So I think of insurance companies. When you have an insurance claim, you know, I had one 2 weeks ago. They call them, well, we just got to verify that it's you. Okay, well, what's the questions, right? So I think it's being able to enable organizations and governments to be able to identify an individual using a digital ID, but only the right people with the right amount of information is key. You only need as much information just to validate if it's you or you. You know, you don't have to have. You brought up a great point about renting an Airbnb. Like, we need a copy of your driver's license, a picture. do you really need that picture? So I think that we have to have some baselines. And I think industry, working along with governments and other organizations, it's going to take time, to your point, but it is going there, right? So it's the technology, like I said, it has to be seamless. It has to be, I hate to say disruptive, but we need disruptive technology, right? So the days of, we always say castle and moat, or regular networking and all your security, it doesn't scale and it breaks all the time. So how do governments work with industry to move forward? And policy and compliance, it's a huge hurdle, right? I've been dealing with it for way longer than I want to admit. So you always seem to get to a certain point and then things change, right? So how do you get ahead of that change? And I think that's a big thing for collaboration between both sides of the fence. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, John. So interesting that what you said about your son, because I think this point has been raised before, that people's expectations of what they want government to deliver are ever increasing when it comes to digitalization, but their trust in government to be able to do that is declining at the same time. So there is this real challenge there, I think. The importance of making anything that we do seamless for the user. And also, I don't know what the audience think, we can maybe touch on that. You said something about it's coming, it's inevitable. Are digital IDs inevitable? Are we already on that track that we can't stop?
Well, if you look at, and sorry, I don't want to cut you short, if you look at anything, I mean, rewind 20 years, even using currency, using Interac or payments, or it wasn't as common. Today, I don't think I've had cash on me in 5 years.
Yeah.
Everything's digital. It's in the air, right? I think your pictures on your phone. How many of you print out your pictures? I mean, you'll have a couple, but I have thousands of pictures of the family and whatever. But it's all on my phone. Like, the one thing that I can't live without, which is unfortunate, is my phone. So my wife doesn't like that so much. But I don't think I've turned off my phone since 2003. So, it's always on and always going. So it's just it's coming.
Yeah.
You don't really physically need anything. I don't need a passport. I don't need a driver's license. I don't need it, even a debit card. You can tap with your phone. So that's what I meant by it's.
Michael, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here, and I've seen some familiar faces and new faces, so I love speaking at events like this. When we were talking about the title of the panel, and I was reflecting on what trust means. So if you think about an engagement, we think about a digital ID or a credential you might already have, like a driver's license. There's a reason that these documents exist, right? A driver's license is a permit to drive. It asserts that you've passed the test of the jurisdiction. It says you're a competent driver. Maybe there's conditions on there. You need corrective lenses. There might be other attestations on there. This person's an organ donor. But when we talk about digital ID, trust in that context is, well, who issued the driver's license? Who did they issue it to? Is the document been modified? Is it a fake driver's license? Is the information on there, is it accurate, right? So when they issued the document, did they sit down and say, well, let's look at a bunch of correlations of the data you will have, your birth certificate, let's take a look at your proof of address, like a utility bill. It all matches up. I'm going to issue this license. The second part of trust is when you present that, right? Are you sure that the person or the entity you're presenting the driver's license to, are they going to copy your information down? So if you go to the bar and they say, I need to know you're over 19 or 21 or 18, are they then, zipping your license through it, capturing your all your personal information? And I think for certain people, this might be a lot more relevant because a bouncer or somebody might want to follow you home or know where you live, that this is a real issue. So is it trust in the verifier? That's important. And then the third piece is the holder of it. Is that document going to degrade over time? Can it be modified once I give it to the person? And that will be trust in the holder. And when we're talking about trust with digital ID, we need to think about all aspects of these trust. In the Canadian context, that's a really, I'm going to say, wicked problem, because we don't have an issuer of these documents, or driver's licenses is an example. We've got 13 or 14 different jurisdictions, government jurisdictions that issue important documents. We've got private sector organizations like utilities that issue important documentation. We've got professional bodies like the colleges of physicians and surgeons, or professional engineers that issue certifications, and all of this needs to get stitched together at one point or another along in the ecosystem. And so we need to think about a lot of really difficult issues. How do I know that the issuer of this ID was authorized to issue it? Who is that organization? Is it the Blockbuster membership card, or is it I had a Jumbo Video card, right? Like, these things are kinds of documents that, you know, people use in the economy and in the ecosystem all day, every day. And I don't think we question, you know, sometimes why these certificates exist, or what was the policy problem we were trying to solve at the time 40 years ago or 80 years ago. And what we're running into now is, how do we build engagement onto digitizing, back to the earlier point. We're on a continuum of evolution here in digitizing the economy. How do we open up those problems and really have the discussion about, you know, why do we issue that certificate in the first place? Does it need to be the way it is? How do we add digital security features on top of it? All with the goal of improving trust in the overall ecosystem. The last thing I think about here is that, you know, Canada, just in digital ID, Canada doesn't have a national ID card, right? In fact, you could argue there aren't many identity cards at all. A passport is a travel document, right? It has identifying information on it, but it's not the purpose of the document in the first place. So you're seeing us being very intentional now in the identity digital ID community, really rethinking about how we communicate the topic here, just because it's not only about proof of personhood or proof of legal identity, but it can also be about all the other kinds of proofs I mentioned. A, I'm a registered business, or B, I'm a professional engineer. Like, all of these claims need to be proved digitally, and it's going to be a long, interesting journey. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, really sets out the scale, I think, of the challenge there. As you say, trust on so many levels in the kind of documents that are used to verify, the verifiers, the people that hold those documents. Interesting what you say about the federal structure being a challenge here. It'd be interesting to hear if that's a similar challenge in Germany, although you do have a national scheme in place, which you don't have in Canada. So I think just all of you, I think, have set out how there are huge benefits of doing this, but real challenges in terms of how we might achieve it. I've just had a note just to say some people are listening on the simultaneous translation, and we're all speaking a bit fast. So we will slow down a little bit in terms of, it's just so enthusiastic about digital IDs that we're going fast. I think before we go to questions from the audience, I've got a very simple question to put to all of you on this issue of trust. Do you think that citizens are justified in their kind of cynicism or their lack of trust, both in the security of a system, a digital ID system, but also in the way that it might be used by the government? So are they justified in their caution and resistance to this? Magdalena, I'm going to come to you first.
Simple question, sure. That's almost a philosophical or an ethical question, right? But I think working and operating in Germany, yes, they're justified. Like, as in, there should always be a healthy level of kind of vigilance, and that doesn't mean that the government in Germany today is doing anything sinister, but only by kind of upholding certain thresholds and upholding certain barriers can we guarantee that this is not going to slip, right? And I think in terms of changing generations, you know, if you look at historical kind of learning patterns in society, the further back the event is from yourself, the less likely you'll be to actually understand why it's important that you know, stuff not be seamless, for example. Because of course I have an expectation of stuff being seamless, but there's some great content on kind of designing for friction from the digital design community, which I would highly recommend to anyone interested in this. So kind of thinking from a designer's point of view, seamlessness is the goal, but how do I make sure that at very critical points people stay active in a way, right? So it's kind of like, I've obviously not been active enough with my back because it's now bad. It's kind of similar like that, right? You need to exercise this muscle of conscious interaction with anyone really, but the state especially, to prevent us running into the same
So you were saying in your opening remarks, for example, that you know that if you roll out new technology in Germany, you'll have a group of people straight away trying to prove that technology is not robust. So you would see that as quite a helpful thing.
Yes, and that goes back to my point about user testing being unpleasant. Obviously, that's also unpleasant. We're often at the receiving end of criticism from kind of the sector, but that's fine. Like it comes with the job, and I think it's a healthy criticism if it's voiced in a constructive way. We can discuss that, but it's still like just the fact that they're there, and these are like some extremely smart, extremely technologically savvy people who obviously we need on our side. And I think you could argue, sorry, I'm speaking too fast. You could argue, shouldn't they be working inside the government? How do we get these people inside? And I think I don't know if there's a right answer to that, but we've been thinking a lot about incentive structures in our work recently, because mainly in terms of funding and kind of motivating people to go on leaps of faith. But I think this also applies to this kind of work, right? What are the incentives for people once it's their own project? And I know there's like concepts of white hat hackers in the private sector, so I'll be happy to discuss if any of you have good experiences with that. But for us, this relationship with people who are non-government actors is actually quite beneficial.
Right, thanks. Sorry, say that again, John?
I said without challenge, there's no progress, right?
Exactly.
So having them work within a government or any organization, I don't know if that would be beneficial. I mean, inherently, anything comes out, somebody's going to try and break it, right? And I made a very good living over the last decade on cyber, right? So it's an interesting industry. I think you have to put it in the context of what value is the information that can be accessed by these groups or individuals, and so it's very important, obviously, for your own personal identity and your information, but there's usually a motive behind it. There's an end goal, and it's usually financial, right? So you got to start. I think everyone has to start getting in the mindset of is my information and my social insurance number and my picture really that valuable to specific? For some people, it is 100%. I think, but generally speaking, it would be a large project like a digital ID. Absolutely, that's going to be one of the big priorities for a nation state that will come in to try and do something with it. But I think you have to have the challenges outside. Somebody has to break it. Right, so because that's how industry learns as well, right? So and governments on how we make things better, and it's a constant fight. It's a constant evolution of technology. I'll go back into like the disruptive technology, right? So there's only disruptive technology when there's problems that can be fixed, right? So we look at it that way. I wanted to ask you don't still have your Blockbuster card, do you?
I kept it just in case.
Yeah, I'm like Blockbuster. But there's a good one. That's a great example about not being able to see ahead and what's coming down the road. Blockbuster is the best example of that, right? So, yeah.
Michael, your thoughts on, are people justified in being resistant to this?
So I think about this in a couple different ways. So it is absolutely essential that we have challenge functions to the way we do things, right? There's a reason that Parliament's got an oppositional structure by nature, right? It's how we best reach the true end. Law works the same way. Court systems are adversarial. We absolutely need to have the right hard questions asked here. And how we build the system, transparency needs to be at the center. This is a tenet of open government, and we can add open source, open science, open everything here is the only way we're going to reach and have trust in the systems that are being built. I thought of a recent example where, and apologies to the people that are fans of cryptocurrency, but the crypto bros were saying, hey, we've developed a whole new encryption scheme. It's going to change the world, guys. When you look at, has anybody actually red teamed the cryptography involved in that coin? Has anybody actually sat down and done the math and said, hey, how secure is that function? That is essential here. And what we're kind of, when we talk about smart contracts and all these technologies, we're essentially saying we want to replace the time-tested legalese, which is a language, right? The legal wording and the precedent with app code, right? And I'm not a lawyer, but I can read legalese, I can kind of understand it. But I happen to be a programmer, and when I read some of this code, I have a hard time, right? And I'm a literal expert. I have a hard time understanding what's happening in some of these systems. And I think we need to be really intentional when we replace well-used and well-understood systems with novel systems. We need to be really careful how we do that, especially as I'm a public servant. As governments replace these things, we have an utmost responsibility, really, to ensure that this is done with the public trust in mind. So yes, I do think it's warranted and it's essential.
Thanks, Michael. Questions from the audience. Oh, we've got lots. Hold on, I'm going to come to people that haven't spoken first, and then so we've got right at the front here, and then a lady here, and we will get lots more questions in because we do have a bit more time. So.
Thank you. Stelios from Cyprus. Well, a comment on trust. I think trust is to be gained, is not to be taken for granted. So, especially for government systems, when we put out a system or anything out there, then it is to be tested very, very critically by people. So we need to make sure first that we put out something that is robust, because if someone manages to break into it, then we pretty much lost the game, because it is very, very difficult to overcome that later on. So we need to be very, very mindful when putting out a system there. It has to be tested thoroughly, designed properly, and so on and so forth. And then there is an awareness issue that we need to tackle. We need to raise awareness. We need to make sure that our product is good, what we are putting out there, and we need to communicate to the public what it does. Transparency is very important, and we need to comfort people that they can trust our technology, our systems. So that is what I think.
Thanks, Cyrus. And we're going to hear from you on one of our panels later, so we can pick you up on how well you're doing on all of that in Cyprus.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah, sure.
It's a very good point. Inherently, anything will be broken. There will be a breach anywhere. So there's also something called inherent trust. So I'm sure most of you, I mean, I'll date myself, like you have a Facebook account or an Instagram account. They've been hacked dozens of times, but you still use them and you still trust them. I think it's, to your point, is transparency. I think you have to be transparent about it and to gain the trust, but inevitably there will be a breach. The question is, do you have the technology in place and the partnerships in place between government and industry to remedy that, identify it quickly, limit the amount of exposure or information that's out there? It's going to happen. There's not one industry on this planet that hasn't been hacked, right? Or from a government or from anything, any account. So I think it's definitely not an if. It's just when and how they're going to.
People are far less forgiving of government mistakes than they are of mistakes
for sure.
of Facebook.
Yeah.
Question down here.
Sure. So I'm going to flip this whole conversation on its head. I'm going to give the other side of the equation. So I'm Crystal Sewards. I manage the Office of the Chief Data Officer at StatCan. But I'm also a citizen. And I want digital services. I will be one cranky little old lady. I want digital. So I'm just going to give you an example. A few years ago, my stepfather passed away. And when I went to the funeral home with my mom, we were given 20 death certificates. Why did I need 20 paper copies? My mom, in her time of need, had to do a whole lot of horrible things again and again and again. So I know we need trust. I know we need transparency. I know we need security. But are we too conservative? Do we not do enough? What about the rest of our citizens who want digital services, who are ready for them? Do we just push them aside and say, hey, we got a percentage of people that don't like it, so we're not going to do it. We're going to take it really, really slow. So that's my only challenge, is how do we do better for our citizens who want digital services and want them now? So that would be my question.
Thank you.
Thank
a really
you.
interesting question, and I think maybe to Magdalena and to Michael on this one, because it's about do we even know the sense of percentages, who's for, who's against? Do we have that?
Yeah, so actually I mentioned that the digital service is quite a new unit in Germany. So this responsibility has been interspersed in different levels of government. It's still very interspersed, but we are kind of the attempt at having a digital service in Germany. I'm going to leave it at that. And so we came with a new kind of perspective, I would say, or we came with a built-in naivete that allowed us to do some things that other people kind of are maybe not doing. So, for example, do large-scale user research on things that have been around for 10 years, because most government units would say, well, we already have this, we don't need to be doing user research. So, to your question, yes, we did do that in last year for the eID system in Germany, and we did a large qualitative piece with some explorative research and a lot of interviews. And we also did a quantitative piece on, so like a representative study. And what you see is that there are different groups, right? So you have different segments in society. Absolutely, to your point, there will be, actually the wide majority of people will say, listen, I don't care, just give me the service, I need the service. And I think and I absolutely agree with you. I hope it didn't come across as let's not do digital ID. I think that the risk of doing things quickly and out of a certain kind of agitation is that then maybe these systems will be, for example, hacked very, very quickly, and then you kind of lose all that effort. And that's the reason we have our head of people likes to say, if something needs to happen fast, do it slowly. Or if something needs to happen quickly, because it's, you just need to be careful. I'm not saying let's take another 10 years, absolutely not. I think what we've seen is that we just need to pay attention to users more, and then start iterating and getting out improvements quickly where we can do them quickly. And so to those people, I would say, and we've seen that in Germany, it follows a kind of technology adoption curve. We're quite a large market, so maybe naturally these 80 million people follow a market adoption curve, and we have about these 10% of people who are using digital ID, and then we have at the back end kind of maybe something around 15–20% of people who are very mistrustful. And so our challenge now is how to move digital ID from this early adopter segment into the mainstream. And that's what we're working on, and we're starting very small. So we started with the letter that you get when you receive your ID card, which kind of explains the system to you. And that really didn't feel very spectacular, but it's the entry point to this entire journey and this entire world. So I get what you're saying about wanting services fast, and maybe each government also has a different answer to that. With the situation in Germany, with the very critical third sector, with our history, maybe we need to take it a bit slower. Period.
Thanks. Michael, your thoughts as well on that?
Yeah. Hi, Crystal. We used to work together. So. It's a great question, right? So digital services are an evolution, right? There's no point here where we're going to go like this and say, hey, we're done, we figured out digital ID. Or, hey, we figured out digital services. This is going to be a constant series of change. And this is one thing that I think I'm a government person, but the one thing that I think the system hasn't yet figured out is that software is meant to change, right? And I can't sit down and write a budget proposal and tell you down to the dollar 5 years out what this system's going to cost me to build, operate, maintain. What we really need is the capability to evolve and change constantly. And what we're really struggling with here is that we've got this big legacy of systems, right? They're old, they're on mainframes, they're rusted out, but they form the backbone of our social safety net and of a lot of what we do as, throughout the course of our lives. How do we intentionally innovate and evolve these things, because we can't do a clean sheet design and say, file new country and say we're going to be a digital country. We've got to really work with the systems we have and digitize them. So this is going to be a long-term effort by more than one level of government, and it's going to be a real challenge, I think, as a public sector to maintain momentum here and to really respond to events and citizen and people's needs as we move ahead. It's not an easy service design problem, but I think, if it helps, I think we don't notice all the improvements. Back to what Magdalena said, there's sometimes incrementalism isn't as noticed, right? So there's small improvements happening often, and we're going to wake up one day and not realize how far we've shifted. So keep that in mind.
Thanks.
And may I say one more thing, because I've just gathered my thoughts, is that what I'm advocating for is kind of before you decide that a system isn't working and you need to throw it away and build something new, as per Michael's point, take a careful look at what you have, because you might see that if you put 6 months into usability work, actually this system is going to then accelerate really quickly, and we will get to that single national ID benefit that you're all talking about. So just kind of a bit of mindfulness, I guess, and looking at things carefully.
Thanks. I know we had lots of other questions. I'm also conscious I haven't taken any questions from this side of the room, if anybody's got any questions here, but we had question here, Melvin, I think you want them, and then was there somebody right at the back there? Yeah. And then we will come. So let's take two questions, and then we'll do another round very quickly before we go. So really keep your answers short, if that's okay. If you want to put your hand up at the back, so the mic comes to you. Thank Melvin, quickly for you.
This is about Ontology Project in Germany. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it is the attempt to democratize this idea of trust. So Michael did a wonderful job describing the trust elements that are part of a Web 2 environment. Ontology in Germany is working with the Digital Identity Service to try and figure out how to do that in a Web 3 environment where we're democratizing trust in a way that it is not focused on a central authority or a set of central authorities in public service, but is a user experience where trust is shared with the user. Can you describe how that's working and how it changes the dynamic of the development of a digital identity?
Sure, let me take a stab at that. So I'm not familiar with the specifics of the project you've mentioned, but I know, so we do have some also EU-wide initiatives kind of piloting Web3 for self-sovereign identity, and also we had a project in Germany around that. And actually, it comes back to what I started with. I don't believe, the Digital Service doesn't believe that Web3 is where it should be right now to be putting citizens' data onto it. It's just not tried and tested enough. There's no consensus on protocols, on standards, on security, and we've unfortunately seen some of that also kind of backfire in Germany. So while I see the potential of SSI and Web3 identity, it is not the urgent problem in Germany right now, because even though I said citizens should always have a healthy degree of mistrust, we do not have a problem with a lack of central authority. We have one that's actually pretty trusted right now. So let's work on delivering services first and building a smooth digital identity experience on the infrastructure we have that's been tried and tested for 10 years. And in parallel, there are some kind of more sandboxed research projects going on, seeing, okay, what can we actually make out of this new technology and how can it help us?
Thanks. There was a question at the back. Thanks.
Hi. My question is sort of more related to engagement. It's about, creating a digital identity and trying to ensure that we have access to it. Do any of you have thoughts on how those with lower incomes could even access the system? They don't necessarily have phones, they don't necessarily have, or they have phones, but they don't have, they don't pay for mobile data.
Yep.
And then you run into situations where, I don't know if anyone else remembers, but the Rogers network went down for a number of days. You know, how does that then, like, you know, it doesn't delete your identity, but you can't access your identity for a period of time. So how do,
yeah.
yeah.
So I think this is a really interesting question, digital IDs, but as we just increasingly digitalize all our services, are we going to have a kind of digitally excluded group that we are creating, not just necessarily low income, but maybe elderly people, other people that just don't interact with digital services in the same way. So really important for inclusion and equality. Michael, your thoughts on that?
I mean, this is an essential question, right? So, couple thoughts. Digital doesn't only mean on your smartphone, right? It can mean a lot of things. It can mean smart paper. It can mean, you know, I don't like bringing up the proof of vaccination, but there was QR codes there. That's digital information embedded in a physical context. If you think about your debit card or your credit card, right? There's a chip on there. All the information is contained in it. And when you tap that, that's a multi-factor authentication, by the way. It's something you have, and it's something you know, your PIN, if you're asked to type it in. So there's a lot of ways that we can make sure that the form factor of digital credentials and all these documents aren't exclusively on the latest and greatest equipment. The other thing there is that we need to bring everybody along here at some level. And doing things digital doesn't mean you turn off the in-person or physical channels. We need to maintain those. And like I was talking this morning with a colleague, I think a lot about how do we maintain that service channel and not have the digital channel be better in some kind of way and that more advantageous? How do we make sure we're still improving the physical channels? And just one quick thought there might be is if we're actually reducing friction or improving the user experience here, we'll have more time to use and spend with people on the other channels and more space with the legacy systems being less broken. But yeah, so it's definitely a concern and it's something we think about a lot.
Thanks. John, is this the issue of inclusion and not having a digitally excluded kind of group something that you guys are concerned about as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think Michael touched on it. I think it's got to be progressive, and it's always evolving, and you have to offer the services to those, let's say, that don't have the technology, right? So I'll go back to, it's like banking, right? So when I was a kid, if you wanted to go get money from the bank, you had to go to the bank. So it's that service. You can still do that today, but you have other services that have been layered over top for ease of use, the tap, for example, right? Or so I think it's got to always be inclusive, but I think it's just progressive. And over time, I was just sitting here thinking before, I mean, in 20 years from now, this is going to be a relevant topic, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So when my son is in his mid-30s, this won't, I would assume there's going to be other issues, a lot of other issues for sure. This just probably won't be one of them, right? So there's no, I think one of the big things to take away is there's no finish line. It's always, you're always improving, improving. You're trying to improve and offer different services and go towards potentially this, digital ID. But like I said, I think what's in place today will remain for the next 50 to 100 years, who knows? But there's going to be layers of additional services on top. That answers the question, yeah.
Magdalena, I'm going to give you the final thoughts on this before lunch, the issue of digital IDs and inclusion.
Yeah. Sure, so I think stepping back into my point about user centricity and market segmentations, what thorough understanding of your users allows you to do is to look at their not individual as in per person, but their needs in terms of like different cohorts. And so this is the shift from normative thinking into user-centric thinking. In normative thinking, you say there's one law, this regulation needs to work for everyone in this country. Digital service delivery, you can actually work with the beautiful benefits of software to customize it to different groups. And so we have been exploring that in our tax, for example, in some tax services, so building a tax declaration service specifically for pensioners because they have a very different mental model and kind of mindset around digital. But I think there's one thing that we haven't managed to kind of figure out yet in terms of our national ID scheme is that it is a limited group of people who gets these IDs. And so visitors to Germany, people who are not permanent residents, who are not EU citizens or German citizens, they don't get one of these cards. And so this system is currently excluding them. Do we think building on the system for now to do better in digital service delivery is worth it? We do, but we are keeping this in mind and are mindful that there need to be fallback options. Like Michael, like you said, it doesn't mean turning off offline or in person. It means giving people in the local office, government office, the time and the peace of mind to deal with people who do not fit into the other kind of segments.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, everybody. I can't believe how quickly that discussion went, but we have come to the end of our time for the last session before lunch. What's interesting is the question of trust and engaging people and citizens buy-in really came through strongly in that. And just a reminder, if you haven't already signed up to one of the over lunch sessions, that in the room next door there at 1:30, no, at 1 o'clock and at 1:30, there are two different impact sessions, one looking at building digital trust in government services, and the one at 1:30 looking at people power, putting humans at the center of digital transformation. So really nice feed on from what we've just been talking about today. But thank you so much to Magdalena, to John, and to Michael for giving us your thoughts on digital ID. They will be here as well to keep talking. To people on the live stream, enjoy your lunch at home. To people here, lunch is next door, and I think we will be coming back for our third keynote at 2 o'clock in this room. Thank you, everybody. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Great to start.
like lunch and the
Yeah.
whole bit? Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
All good. The queue, they were very good. Oh, I think we're on. Okay, everybody, we're going to start in a couple of seconds. If everyone can take their seats. Got a few people coming in at the back. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Welcome back to people on the live stream. I hope you had a nice lunch as well. So this is the session that sometimes people dread because the post-lunch slot can be a little bit challenging, but I know this is going to be a fantastic session. We have got the fabulous two speakers here today. So, and we will allow a bit of time at the end for questions. So please do be thinking about some of the questions that you might want to put. So I'm delighted to have with us here today, I'm so excited about this one, Claire Martorana, who is the Federal Chief Information Officer at the Executive Office of the President in the United States of America. And we have already met this morning Catherine Luelo, who's Chief Information Officer for the Government of Canada. So a huge round of applause, please, because it's not often we get these two together. And am I right in saying that you haven't actually been together yet? This is the first time that you've met in person?
Today, yep, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
fantastic. So as we have you here and you oversee everything, the two of you, we thought we would have a general conversation and then open up to questions from the floor. So one of the things that I'm interested in, and it's kind of come out in some of the sessions that we've had today as well, is that difference between the private sector and the public sector and some of the unique challenges of the public sector when it comes to digital transformation. And you both have private sector backgrounds. So I'm just interested in what were your first impressions when you came to the public sector? Do you think it's harder? You know, what are the kind of unique things that you found? Claire, we'll start with you.
There were a lot of acronyms. I had never seen as many. It was incomprehensible at moments, but quickly kind of gained my footing. I think that transition was a wonderful opportunity to lean into the things that I think make you a good public sector or private sector leader, which is listening, right? Listening to the people who have been there and done that, and recognizing that most likely I was not coming in with a eureka idea, that a lot of the really good ideas had been thought of, but most of the time they hadn't been able to be fully executed. So I tried to understand why we didn't make progress on some of the things that seemed to be logical, but there were lots of reasons for that, which I know you know.
So not short of ideas in the public sector, but maybe don't have, for various reasons, the ability to follow through.
Yeah, and in the U.S. we have, you know, the unique complexities, but I think there are commonalities for many of us, which are, you know, funding.
Yeah.
Right? The way that our funding is allocated and having to get projects done over certain timelines, where in the private sector, I had the luxury of having a little bit more agility in the way that I could procure different solutions, or the, you know, how rapidly we could respond to a challenge or a threat or an opportunity.
Yeah, interesting. Catherine, was that similar for you, your impressions coming in?
It was, and in fact, I felt like I got my Government of Canada tattoo last week when I was in a meeting, and there was an entire sentence of acronyms, and I understood what they were saying. So that was a bit of an interesting kind of milestone for me. I couldn't agree more with what Claire said, and in fact, I'd add to it that we don't even use them the same across government. So one thing means it here, and it doesn't mean it there. I don't have a lot to add to what Claire has said. I think for me, I'm just over a year transitioning, so it's still pretty fresh and new for me. And maybe because I worked for large, heavily regulated industries, there was a familiarity around some of the standards and processes that we have in government. It felt a bit like a highly regulated environment. I would say probably the thing that, you know, I would just add to Claire is like a lot of meetings. Like there's a lot of talking about stuff, and maybe this is the sort of not failure to launch, but like the implementation is a challenge that I see. And I think it's because there's just different variables and pressures that drive performance. And I think, you know, we got a chance to have a little bit of a chat over the lunch hour here. Like, I think we both bring that lens in. I talked a bit about it in my opening comments this morning. Like, policy has to be about performance. So
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more with what she said.
One thing that's come up in every session that we've been in is the challenge of recruiting and retaining great people, great experts into the public sector, because the pay isn't as much in the private sector as in the public sector, but also you can skill people up in the public sector and then they get nicked by the private sector. So how would you, having come from the private sector, how would you encourage people from the private sector maybe to come into the public sector? What do you think are the great things about working in the public sector?
I want Claire to talk because we talked about this over lunch, and I think what she has to say is it's fascinating. I just maybe one comment around, you know, I was talking a little bit about my kids, like 21 and 24, and we were just observing the fact there's this whole generation of young people that are coming up that really have a different social conscience and really want to change the world. And I think the work that we get to do in public service, like, there is no more noble thing. Like, we work on files that are appealing to people in technical worlds. And so I think, you know, from a Canada perspective, part of my job is to go out and tell that story of like, do you want to work on defending our country? Do you want to work on making sure our most vulnerable parts of our population have got the services they need? And those are things that I think are incredibly important to Canadians. So I think for me, we've got to tell our story about the impact of the work we have. But, you know, I'd love to give Claire the floor because I know she's doing some very cool things in the U.S.
Yeah, you know, the workforce is one of my favorite topics because the younger workforce that we have the benefit of being able to work with, not in everywhere in the U.S., but in certain pockets, they are so mission focused. We win hands down on mission. I had an experience at the Department of Veterans Affairs. We launched a new website, and we were watching the first users use a healthcare application, which was previously on paper that was digitized. And we watched the first person complete it. Obviously, we were all excited. And about an hour later, I saw a young lady, and she was crying. And I was like, well, are you okay? And she just said, I just spent 3 years optimizing a shopping cart, and I never helped a person. And this is the first time I ever got to actually help a person do a thing that was so important for them. And that has just really stayed at the center of my consciousness, that young people want mission-based work. And in government, in both of our governments, it can be across the entire spectrum. It doesn't matter. It can be in energy. It can be in finance. It can be in, you know, normal communities of practice for customer experience that could go across any business sector. And so I just see this enormous opportunity for young people coming into government. And also, I consider myself a perennial. Right? You bloom every year, hopefully.
Like that.
And like, we can also learn. So you can also really invigorate and motivate people who have maybe been at a job a long time. When they get to work with newer technology in a more agile way, they actually get to grow as well. And that's exciting.
Oh, I love that. On that message of making people's lives better, you know, you're doing something to make people's lives better. How do you think, this is a big question, how do you think digital transformation in government actually does ultimately improve people's lives? And how far on that journey do you think we've gone, and what potential is there to go even further? Claire, I'll come to you first, and then Kath.
You know, the pandemic changed everything, right? Their expectations of every sector of society. You know, we were confined to different locations, and people are interacting with technology really differently. So I can order a salad, know when it's within 2 feet of me, and know the name of the person who's delivering it to me. Right? So those expectations are at a different place, and digital transformation our government services and our service delivery has to evolve to meet those needs. But we do have a lot of legacy systems and challenges in actually fulfilling some of those aspirations. And one of the things that I have seen work in several agencies in the US is we still have back-end systems that are a bit clunky, and they will be modernized over time, but we are actually not limiting the front end, and we're trying to improve service delivery on the front end, where previously the way that, again, the budgets worked, we would have to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
And that might take 7 years to modernize this gigantic system. And we're kind of trying to bureaucracy hack ourselves and say, are there actually ways that we can deliver these services more efficiently using digital tools that are available so that we can leapfrog and start the gears of digital transformation working? Because once you start turning those gears, you
Other
create
stuff follows.
momentum and other things do start to happen, which is impactful.
Yeah. Catherine, what do you see as the biggest benefits?
Well, I feel the biggest benefit is I've met Claire, because I feel like I have a support group of exactly what we're going through at the Government of Canada. We're having a bit of a chuckle over lunch about this. Like, look, we're at the beginning of the beginning in Canada on this, and there's been some, I think, really great work done during COVID in particular, where we have had teams do miraculous things to deliver programs to Canadians with really difficult systems. And so I think that has tuned up the system, that technology, digital data is not something we have to do. It's something we must do as part of us delivering services to Canadians in a digital age. Like, it's a table stake. Very similar to what Claire talked about, we're exactly looking at how do we create some front-end magic for people, while just acknowledging the fact we've got some of these back-end issues. You know, one of the things I'm thinking about a little bit is the whole data environment in this legacy environment. And, you know, we've got to press ourselves in terms of how we handle data migration, old systems to new systems, because 100% of the time I have been caught on data migration, and it is a very difficult part of these large, complex modernization projects. And so I think, you know, asking ourselves different questions around where we house data, what we move to new systems, can we move faster by perhaps having a sun-setting, sun-rising environment? Those are the types of conversations that we're having around transformation, and I can't talk about transformation without noting that the biggest challenge I see ahead of us from a Canadian government perspective, you know, as Claire said, like, resources are finite. That's not just financial resources, that's human resources and people. And the ability and desire to simplify things so you're not building kind of your mess someplace else is prioritization. Like, we have got to be disciplined around deciding what we're going to do and do well, and then be focused on implementation and delivery. So that's probably the only add I would make.
Well, you mentioned there the kind of the management of data and transitioning from old systems to new systems. And again, this has come up in a lot of the conversations we've had this morning, that the more we digitalize services, issues around data security, issues around privacy come up. So how would you guys, sitting where you both do, what would your messages be to the public in terms of reassuring them that systems are robust, that they are, you know, they can withstand kind of attacks, but also that the government can be trusted with their data as we bring more and more different data sets together?
Yeah, that's a really important question. You know, when I think of Maslow's hierarchy, which we use as a reference like daily, security is a foundation. Full stop. We focus on cybersecurity every single day as the core part of our jobs. And we focus on delivering tools and services that are simple, seamless to the data point, and secure. And those things have to work together. You can't build your systems in isolation and bring in the security team later. You actually have to have your SREs and your other competencies at the table when you're trying to determine the problem you're trying to solve.
Yeah.
And I think that is one of the most important lessons that I have learned over my career, is bringing product people into the conversation, who are kind of that in the middle Venn of the business issues that you're trying to solve, the customer experience issues that you're trying to solve, and the security issues that you have to safeguard. But I think it's up to us to make sure that we are good stewards of the data that is entrusted to us, and that we're able to demonstrate that by our systems being up, secure, and that we are transparent about what we're doing with the data that is entrusted to us.
Thanks. Catherine, do you feel the same? I mean, one way we put it in our last session was, are the public justified in being a bit worried about all of this data that government holds about them?
Yeah, I think, Claire's summarized it very well, and certainly from a Government of Canada perspective, we've got, much like our US counterparts, we've got some tools within how we manage our perimeter that are unique. And, we've done a good job within Canada of building a good, I guess, wall around the kingdom, for lack of a better way of saying it, so that we have good visibility around what's coming in. I think that from an overall building by design, same thing. I would say that, one of the mantras that I'm starting to get a lot of energy around is that there is a tremendous amount of education that needs to go on, both within government for those that actually work with the data day-to-day that we're provided and given the privilege of housing for Canadians, but also for Canadians. You talk about information, disinformation. That is a topic that I think each of us in this space need to take an active role. If you have an opportunity in your community organizations, in the sports clubs, at your kids' school, to take an opportunity to improve digital citizenship within the country, it's a sort of a double edged sword, in that the government is doing all responsible things to protect your data, building security by design. I think we have an accountability to be transparent, with some certain exceptions around security and things like that, to let Canadians know what data we have and what we're using it for. I think that's an important principle as we continue to move into a more digital world. But it is also, I think, important for us to support Canadians, and I mean right up to the first time that kids get their hands on devices, which is younger and younger. We teach digital skills and data hygiene and stewardship as much as we teach math and science and English and French and all the other things that we teach in school. So for me, having equipped Canadians to participate in the democracy of data is really an important part of the puzzle.
Yeah, and to build on, Catherine, what you were saying a little bit there, in the U.S., the National Cyber Director, Chris Inglis, uses this term. He says, you have to beat all of us to beat one of us, right? That we really have to build the competencies amongst our own communities in our own government, and then extending that into education in schools and teaching kids about digital security. And I would ask a simple question of this audience, like, who's updated their iOS for the new Apple release for iOS 16? Like, but not all of us,
Please
right?
go
Like,
do it.
when the new security comes out, we should update. Like, we have to
do the basics.
Yes, I was going to say eat our own dog food, which is probably inappropriate, but
Completely appropriate.
Drink our own champagne, use some other analogy, but we have to do that too, and that's important for us to be leading. We do this in my own team at meetings. We challenge each other of who's done what thing that are really basic common sense that we should all.
So we're going to come to the audience in just a second, so be thinking about your questions. But one very final quick question from me is that digitalization obviously doesn't come cheap. So you need to invest, as we've heard today, in systems, upgrading historic systems, legacy systems. You need to invest in your people, in new technology. And I mean, the global economic system is tight. You know, as finances and public sector finances get really, really tight, people can, you know, retract into their silos, all of that. But does the public sector have the money it needs to invest in the full digital potential that we would like it to? Catherine, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, I do think there's probably some similarities as Claire's going to talk. This is a topic that we chatted about over lunch. You know, my sense is that dollars are not going to be the pacing item. It's going to be talent. And it's going to be our discipline to actually simplify things so that we don't build a slightly better version of yesterday, that we actually build it with a view of a truly digital end-to-end experience. And that to me is going to be the pacing item. I think that the other piece, and it's really probably one of the advantages and disadvantages of coming from a private sector background, I really do think we have to have the conversation of funding your own digitization. And there's going to need to be certainly seed money that goes into that, but you don't just modernize for the purpose of modernizing. You modernize to deliver better service, better policy, better programs, and in some cases to retire old stuff. And trust me, I know how difficult it is to decommission. Like, that's not something people love to do. But we need to start looking at the ability for us to harvest savings out of this system, similar to what we did in private sector, and that you need some sort of out of the gate funding, but there should be discipline around how do you actually start to self-fund. And I do think, you know, a year in, so take that as musings of someone a year in, there's a substantial opportunity to do that.
Interesting. Claire?
Yeah, I think that there's absolutely, you know, we're going to let the pipes be broken and leak on the wall, and we're going to fix the wall 30 times before we fix the pipes. So we have a choice to make, that we're either going to lean into doing that work, which isn't sexy. I kind of think it is, but some other people might not. But
we have headsets on,
we're
so very
nerds,
cool.
and we think this stuff is really wonderful. But I think it's really important that we focus on the infrastructure, the security, because we do spend money. We do the same thing in the United States. Everybody thinks they're special and that their business need is unique. And we customize every single system that we have, when we could probably get 80% there with some uniformity and then customize later. So Catherine and I were discussing at lunch, business process reengineering. Like, you can't do the same old thing with new technology. You have to really question what you're doing, think about that business process, how technology is going to enable it, and change. And that's the hardest thing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for those brilliant insights there and thoughts. We have got just under 10 minutes left for some questions, which is fantastic. So please raise your hand.
Is anyone still awake out there? It's after lunch, so you're
There were
probably all
big
sitting
cookies. There were lots of cake and cookies at lunch. I think a hand came up here, or was that somebody just saying they're still awake? Oh, there's a hand over there. Sorry, yeah, gentleman there, and one here at the front, and then I'll come back here after.
Hi, Ahmed Al-Mugrawi, SSC. I believe strongly that digital transformation based on 3 pillars.
I can't hear you, I'm afraid. Do you mind holding the mic? Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I believe strongly that digital transformation based on 3 pillars. One of them is IA, big and quality data and automations. So my question to the panels: what's the issue and the challenge that delay digital transformations?
So what are the biggest challenges in delaying digital transformation? We'll hold that one for a second, and we'll take this one down here as well.
We had a lot of conversation about internal processes and procedures, but one thing that didn't really come up clear today is third-party service delivery. And how do you build digital enablement and in push your service provider to improve service over 10, 20-year contract and really look at agility and customer service and design when you sort of have to set up front what your 10, 20 years expectations are.
Great, thank you. So 2 great questions. So what are the biggest challenges, and then how do you get the transformation right down to service design and across the whole process? Who would like to go first? Catherine.
Well, as I was listening to you, I was thinking, my head was going, the tech doesn't scare me, the humans scare me. It was exactly how I was thinking about it. So for me, I think one of the largest barriers, so you can call that an opportunity if you want to be more positive, that we have in public service is the discipline around scoping, the discipline around decision making, making sure that we put the right kind of top resources on these types of programs. And I always used to say in my private sector life, I want the person that hurts when you move them. Like that's the person that needs to be on this initiative. So like for me, that's a big part of it. You know, just to pick up a little bit on your point, when you think about the vendor ecosystem and how you actually get performance, like listen to them. Oftentimes we get very good advice from our partners, sometimes not so much, but most of the times I find we get really good global advice from our partners, and then we talk ourselves into, but we're special, and it's different, and you don't understand. And so I often say to our core partners, some of who are in the room today, you need to tell me what I want. You need to tell me not what I want to hear, even if you think that's going to annoy me, because that's actually the thing I need to hear.
Yeah, those are great points. And I think, you know, a 20-year contract kind of terrifies me, right? So I think just procurement in general, we have to work closer as partners. So again, I would just encourage you, when you're kicking off a project, have everyone in the room on your team. Bring the procurement team along with you. Bring your finance team along with you. They will help you avoid those pitfalls of doing things in ways that we did years ago when we did a 10-year project, right? I could not even imagine what a 10-year project looks like at this point in my career with what I'm seeing. So I would just really encourage you, start at the beginning and then work collaboratively with your procurement partners, because you might have to rewrite a contract in the middle of something if something isn't working. But to Catherine's really good point, we couldn't survive in the United States in our digital ecosystem without extraordinary contracting partners and technology partners. They are what is powering all of our ability to get our work done. We have less federal employees doing work and more contract support supporting us. So it's really important to be a great partner to them as well, right? It goes both ways. They have to be great partners to us, but we also have to not customize every single thing and try and make progress.
Thanks. So we had 2 questions here. We will take those 2 as well. Do you want to stand up when you ask the question? I've just been, I think, for the thank you.
Hello. My question is about service delivery. So we usually do digital transformation as a service for citizens. And most of the time in digital transformation, the focus is on the program, the policy, the main core of whatever ministerial process we are. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
But all those policies and programs, they're also served by other services within any. So my question is, how do we focus also on ourselves rather than also on just the clients? Because I see sometimes that digital transformation is mostly about others and not ourselves. So we lack a lot of business intelligence, I find, is really lacking in those areas. So I was wondering if you have any tricks or...
Okay, and then was there a question right next to you? Thanks.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Hi, I'm with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, but I'm not going to ask a question about privacy.
Thank you.
It's off topic a little bit, but every time you say resources, and we're talking about financial resources, we're talking about human resources, but I think about sustainability and, you know, we're talking about innovation and acceleration and progress, but I contend that the critical mineral resources that go into our chips and into our phones, that 20, 30 years from now, we're gonna see the human impact of all this mining, and we're gonna open our eyes and see cloud as server farms, and that's gonna hit us like a ton of bricks, and kind of, you know, I'm not going to stop it as one person, you know, but I do see this every time that I see this energy. And so perhaps this place with this enthusiasm and these people is the right space to be asking this question.
Thank you. Two really interesting questions. So one, how do you think about yourself and the systems, not just kind of end service delivery? But that question is interesting there because quite often digitalization is posed as a positive for sustainability, but you're saying there actually, are you thinking as well about the impact itself of digitalization on our kind of net zero ambitions and all of that? So, and we've only got a couple of minutes left.
Yeah, I think from good human-centered design for the first question is making sure that you're a stakeholder in the conversation, right? Because delivering, the North Star should be delivering the service to the customer, right? But there are other stakeholders and customers in that journey. And so again, having the right people in the room from the problem identification and the start of creating the problem solution is really important. Your employees are customers, right? Like you can't forget that. So they're also really critical key stakeholder. And then to the second question, I would just say, I think we're going to continue to see enormous innovation in the green energy space for data centers, for example. There's a lot of activity in that, and I think hopefully that will come up in other conversations that we have.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to build on, I agree with you. Like, we can't forget about public servants and the tools they need to do their job. And I spent some of my career at WestJet, and it was a mantra there. You take care of the team, and they take care of everything else. So know that that was drilled into my head as part of being a WestJetter for part of my career. And I do think that we send messages internally to government when we don't have good quality tools and good quality systems that serve our employees. So that is something that is top of my mind. Second item, I spent some time a couple weeks ago with a firm that's out of Quebec that's doing some interesting work around data centers and using it to actually do a circular heating and basically building or growing tomatoes and plants. And so it's a self system that runs itself. So to Claire's point, there's lots of innovation starting to go on in this space. I think this generation of young folks coming up are going to hold us accountable to this. So this is a live conversation around my dinner table that I get from my 21 and my 24-year-old. And thanks for sharing the fact that you're with OPC. I think it, you know, didn't ask a question about it, but the commissioner and certainly that office are a big part of the engagement on digital more generally, because I think we need to do it together. And so I just ask you to carry back that message that we will continue to work in the way we're working with the OPC. We think they're a super important stakeholder in how we show up for Canadians in this space. So thank you.
Brilliant. Well, sadly, we are out of time. I can't imagine how busy you both are at the moment, but I know it's going to be incredibly busy. So thank you so much for giving us your time today, for sharing your insights with us. And I think you probably will be around for a little while if people want to come up and ask you some questions as well. So I'm sure you will join me in saying a big thank you to Claire and Catherine.
Thank you. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. That was
Thank you. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're just going to, if you stay in the room, but you can chat amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes while we just rearrange the stage up here for our next panel. Thank you so much. You can obviously leave the room if you need to. I'm just saying, not going to be a lot of time.
cross-country here is fabulous.
Okay, everybody, we are ready to go. If you don't mind retaking your seats. Thank you, everybody, and welcome to our next panel session. We've spoken a lot today about data, and we've spoken a lot about the management of data, the governance of data, the ethics of data. We haven't spoken quite so much about actually using that data to drive policy decisions and policy delivery. So this session is all about turning data into insights and actions. And we have another fabulous panel with us here today. We've got 5 speakers on our panel. So I'm going to whip through very quickly in terms of introductions. And again, we'll hear some short comments from our panelists, and then we will go as quickly as we can to questions from the audience. So first, we will hear from Stephen Burt, who is Chief Data Officer for the Government of Canada. Then we'll hear from Alison Pritchard, who's the Deputy National Statistician for Data Capability at the Office of National Statistics in the UK. Then we'll hear from Srini Kompella, who's Vice President for America's Data and Analytics at one of our knowledge partners, DXC Technology. And then Guyan, who I think deserves a special round of applause because he's literally just run here and arrived kind of a minute ago because he got held up at the airport, I believe. So thank you so much. Guyan Perez, who's Head of Data and Technology, Chief... We should need to give him a big drink after this. Chief Digital Office at the United Nations Development Programme. And then last but by no means least, we have Shafer, who's the Shafer Kanji, who's the Chief Digital Officer for Innovation, Science and Economic Development here in Canada as well. So a great panel again. Stephen, I'm going to come straight to you.
Thanks very much, Siobhan. So good afternoon, everybody. Very briefly, the Chief Data Officer position and the data sector at Treasury Board stood up about 7 months ago. Came over from our Defense Department to set that up. And the goal is to provide enterprise leadership, and by enterprise, I mean across the federal government, departments and agencies, to make sure that we are maximizing the value out of the data that we steward across the system, that we're making the best possible decisions we can, best possible, not necessarily the best, but the best possible, across policy and programs everywhere in the public service. And last but certainly not least, building and maintaining the trust we need with citizens and stakeholders across the system in order to make sure that we can do all that in a credible and enduring way. Working for Catherine, who you just saw on the last panel, we are under the government's digital ambition. I would say we put data and digital together a lot of the time here. They are concentric circles. Certainly where we are sitting right now, a big part of what we're doing is enabling the digitally driven services with that underpinning of data that we need to make it work. But obviously there's a bunch of data work that sits outside the digital space as well that we need to pay attention to. So I'll leave it there and move it down the panel.
Thanks very much, Stephen. Alison.
Hi, everyone. Really, really good to be here. And one of the key lessons, I think, in successful digital and data transformation is continuity of purpose and continued focus of leadership. And so I'm really pleased that from a perspective of continuity for the UK speakers today thus far, you know, I followed Kevin Cunnington as head of the Government Digital Services, picked up a lot of the business during that time, including the pandemic period, and the move to working from home instantaneously was a really interesting challenge, and led GDS through to that point where Megan Lee earlier was talking about the evolution of the Central Digital and Data Office. And that kind of reflects the maturing moment for the data agenda and the need to grow the focus on the Chief Data Officer role and the standards around data per se, more generally. So I then took the leap into Office for National Statistics, the UK National Statistics Institute. And that reflects, I think, the bringing together of the worlds of operational data and the world of analytical data. And those two worlds, the gap is still there, but it's coming together sort of over time, reflecting that actually we're often talking about the same data, although we may be putting it to slightly different uses. And I think we're going to see a closer blurring of those worlds where actually we're needing to drive the use of data for evaluation, for policy development, but also for operational services. Spent yesterday with colleagues at Stats Canada, which was a fantastic opportunity to explore the similarities of challenges that we're facing, how Stats Canada are doing some of the business, how we're doing it, compare and contrast. And I think that's really built some great relationships that we'll continue to build. In terms of turning data into insight, we seek, I believe, to be relevant, interesting, and trusted. And I don't think I've got time to unpack that now, or maybe we'll come to that in the questioning. And the way to achieve that is something I've been talking about, the 3 Ls, and that is through the use of linked, local, and longitudinal data, which I think are becoming quite the foundational elements of generating insight that can really power evaluation and the ability for both government, public sector more generally, and citizens to engage with the government and to drive progress.
Thanks so much. That's an interesting, nice to hear how you're collaborating across countries, which is really nice. And then those different types of data, I think that people are now getting more used to using. Srini, over to you.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here. So at DXC Technology, we partner with private and public sector to harness value out of data. We provide a whole range of IT services, but one of the core services we deliver is helping customers, private public sector agencies to accelerate the data-driven transformation. In order to do that, we take a simplistic approach on what we call as the data value chain. So if you look at data, data is getting generated by machines, by humans, by systems all over the place. Data then gets converted into insights. Insights, drive the actions. Actions deliver the outcomes. So if that's the, simple framework we align with, what we are finding is that, today with the amount of data that's out there and the kind of technologies, that are available, people can generate insights very rapidly. Now, how valuable are those insights is a question. How meaningful are they in driving actions is a question. What we are seeing more and more is that, the right insights start coming out when people start with defining the outcomes or the objectives. A big example is one of the cities we were working with in Asia. They were looking at how to reduce the fatalities on the roads, with the accidents. And one of the hypothesis was that if the emergency services came in, faster, they could save more lives. So, with that, when the analysis started happening, using the data, we found that, just by getting the emergency services reach the accident spots 5 minutes sooner, the fatality rates could come down almost 40%. Now, that drives a lot of specific actions in terms of how to make it all happen, but that insight came about because of the objective saying that we got to reduce the fatalities on the road. So, looking at the private sector, one of the big challenges we see is what we call as the proliferation of, dashboards and insights. They're just everywhere. Every day people are building up dashboards and they think their version of the truth is the most accurate one. So, and then there are debates going on, right? So what that leads to is the second thing on how to, help with this journey, which is a more modern approach towards managing the data ecosystem. That way, anybody who pulls an insight, there's a consistent version of the truth rather than multiple versions of the truth, right? And the third thing that we look at is what we call as, I think several of the speakers spoke about it through the day. It is about, data literacy and upskilling of the talent. It is important for decision makers, executives to understand the importance of data and how to interpret, but more critically, what to look for. The second also is to upskill the talent. Not everybody needs to be a data scientist to create some, simple, meaningful insights. There's enough tribal knowledge that people carry in their day-to-day work. With some level of upskilling, they can create insights that will be meaningful. So those are broadly the areas that we are looking at in terms of how to accelerate conversion of these data into insights and actions.
Thanks so much, Srini. I think that proliferation of dashboards is something that I think everybody will recognise, and probably goes into what we heard from Claire and Catherine. Then you have a meeting about the dashboard, but you don't necessarily then use that to drive change and drive actions. Thanks. Gayan, over to you. If you've caught your breath now, then over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. In fact, we have 6,000 dashboards in our organization to start off with. So to talk a bit about UN, if you're not familiar with UN development program, so I work for the UN development program, which is the UN's biggest agency, and we are present on the ground in over 170 countries, and that's our biggest strength, basically. But that brings a lot of challenges as well. Internally, when it comes to data, we have about 5,000 to 6,000 projects in flight at any given time as well. So that generates massive amounts of data. At the same time, we are supporting countries on policies as well. So there's that side of data where we use data for policy making and data for decision making. So I'm in the Chief Digital Office. UNDP is going through a digital transformation, and data is at the core of it. And the Chief Digital Office is in the Executive Office of UNDP, sending a very strong signal. Digital transformation or data is not an IT function, it's not a policy function. Data is for everyone, digital transformation is for everyone, and this has the political backing at the highest level of the organization as well. And we have a data strategy that we're implementing on 4 pillars: governance, people, technology, and partnerships. I will leave it at that. On the internal side of things, I have 2 hats in the organization. The second part is actually advising governments, advising member states on their data journeys, setting up data exchanges, setting up data governance programs, setting up open, making them aware about the capacity needs they have and the openness that they need to have as well. I'll leave it at that for the moment. I'll come back to some of the elements I talked about later.
Thank you so much. So interesting to hear what you're saying internally and that importance of where the kind of the head of the data unit sits and that senior buy-in, but then people might have questions for you on how you advise other governments on kind of their using their data to help drive decision making. Thank you so much. Shafa, coming over to you.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everybody. Just to give you a bit of context on ICED, so we are the federal government department for Canadian businesses. And so throughout the entire life cycle, from the spark of an innovative idea to incorporation and registration, we help Canadian businesses grow domestically and ensuring that it's a fair and competitive marketplace. So my team is responsible for all things digital and data. I've been with the federal government for a little over a year now, so similar experiences to Catherine. I have a background in private sector as well as municipal government, so it's been an interesting journey and a year into federal government. My team has the CIO as well as the Chief Data Officer, who I think she's a magician. She's here in the floor. So just a big shout out to our Chief Data Officer, who wears many hats and really truly makes magic happen. And while I have the floor, I just wanted to put a plug in that we're proud to be co-hosting a 2023 Government of Canada Data Conference next year, alongside with the Canada School of Public Service. So look out for info coming on that, and really glad to be on this panel. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Great plug there at the end. I like that. Seize the opportunity. Thank you so much. I think I want to kick off before we go to the audience just with, I think we've got some questions already at the back, but just very quick, you've all talked about kind of the volume of data that's being generated now. So as busy policymakers, of which I used to be one, how would you even start to help policymakers to, within all of that data that's being generated, to start to identify the kind of data sets that are useful to them? Where do they even begin to look for some of the patterns in the noise and the data that might be most insightful for them? That's a very big question, I know, but Alison, you're looking at me as if you have an answer to this. So
well, let me make it sound like I do have an answer there. So, I mean, part of that I think is going back to one of my points about being highly relevant in terms of being able to respond to the big questions of the day and anticipate the big questions of the day. And we know that include climate change, it includes health, and includes a number of factors that are important to government's priorities, but also about making data accessible in a way that hasn't been possible before. And Megan kindly mentioned the integrated data service, for instance, as one example where we're making a set of these critical national data assets with the ability to really generate an enterprise data model for government. And the way I frame it, which is kind of more data than you can shake a script at, and the ability to answer questions we don't even yet know we need to answer. Because there has been a history, I think, of wait for the question and then rush out and try and get the data ready. And I want to turn that model on its head.
Thanks. Srini, you're nodding there because you said it's about identifying your objectives first and then finding the data to help. Is that the advice you would give to policymakers?
That is definitely, the fastest way to get to the insights. However, to, what we were talking about, I mean, we need to flip it on the head as well to some extent. It's a balance. So there are times where, analyzing data can throw up insights that nobody has thought about, right? So we have seen that especially in the private sector, that actually got the companies to create new revenue streams. I mean, there's a phrase for this is called data monetization, right? So, but in order to do that, today with, these huge amounts of data that exists across the systems, across the devices, it takes sometimes weeks, sometimes months to get access to the right data sets to turn the insights around. So that's where, there is a need for building an enterprise data strategy, potentially with an enterprise data model. And this is a people process technology, solution. It's not just about technology. Today, there's enough technology to, do a lot many more things than what we were doing even 18 months ago, right? So, but it's more about the people and process as well. How do we get the data sharing to happen between, if it's in the private sector, between different business units, if it is in public sector, between different departments? Because sometimes the insights get a lot better if you cross-tab data across departments, right? So, but then in order to do that, you can't take weeks and months. How do you actually make it happen in a matter of hours and days, right? So that necessitates a kind of an enterprise data model or an enterprise data ecosystem. With that comes the need for data governance and privacy. Because at the end of the day, again, everybody talks about democratizing data. For sure, technology is available for the democratization to happen, but privacy and governance are equally important. And that's both for data and insights. So, but this is going to be the most critical aspect in terms of, turning the data into insights for advising the policymakers in the public sector, both proactively and reactively. And when I say reactively, when the, outcome is defined, proactively is the smart data scientists are analyzing the data and coming out saying that, hey, there's some correlation that policymakers need to look at for potential, policy making.
Thanks. Guyan, you were nodding in agreement there. What advice would you be giving to policymakers?
In fact, I will start from where you just stopped, knowing the right questions to ask from the data as well. And when we work with a lot of member states, government, they say, oh, we don't have capacity, we don't have data capacity. But in reality, are you really looking for a data scientist, or are you looking for a social scientist to look at these problems? Because you just mentioned climate change and health. There's a relationship between climate change and health. If you just have a data science degree, you wouldn't understand that relationship. So it is about asking those right questions, bringing the right capacity into the organization. Even for us, UNDP, initially we thought, oh, we lack data talent, let's bring in some data scientist, analyst into the organization. They came in and they're sitting and waiting for data. So access to data, that value chain, having processes in place to provide that data is equally important as analyzing data.
So this is an issue that's come up, and I think Claire mentioned this earlier. You have to have the right people in the room at the right time, all talking together, and that's where you get all this. Shafer, what advice would you be giving?
I think in addition to what has been said, not just the enterprise data strategy, I think about more of a program-specific data strategy. So for example, at ICED, we have this program called the Canadian Digital Adoption Program, and it's about enabling small, medium businesses and bringing them online. And the work that our data office has done is actually enabling the program. So really specifically looking at the data strategy for that program, the reporting strategy, and really what is the problem we're trying to solve, what insights can we gain from that data so we can enable the business, right? And so I think it's just really having a bit of that laser focus on the specific problem as opposed to trying to boil the ocean. Having some of those key resources and individuals really be focused on the program and using that as a bit of a case study so you can show and tell, right, and show the results. And this is how I think we're winning the hearts and the minds, by really showcasing the results from maybe one program and then sort of bringing the rest of the folks on the journey.
Stephen, before we go to questions from the audience, your thoughts on this?
So the public sector is a big place, and we've got lots of stuff going on. And I think the privilege that gives us is that we can place a series of bets across the system. Big bets, small bets, we can figure out where we can experiment a little bit in that. So when you have a department or an agency that has a particular problem that is appropriate for being solved with a data-driven solution, you can put your shoulder behind that from a central agency perspective. You can experiment and put a use case together, as we're doing right now within the Treasury Board Secretariat, between the Office of the Chief Information Officer and the Office of the Chief Human Resources Officer, to try and operationalize the new HR data model that OCRO has put together, to try and drive some results out of that not just make the system, give you better insights into the system, but also maybe make things, just a few things, better for employees, because it's it's a challenging space right now. You can help your policymakers to understand, to focus on problems that they understand. Because I think sometimes, and we talked about it a little bit in the first panel this morning, at very senior levels, the senior executive levels, people are a little bit scared of data and digital because they don't understand it, and they're not sure what the right questions are, and they're not sure how to evaluate the results they're getting. And helping those senior decision makers frame the problems they do understand, and then help them get the data into that zone so that they can work on it a little bit better is, I think, a big part of the art of it. But you've got to place a series of big bets on things like digital ID, because it's going to have a big payoff, and then a series of smaller bets on things that are a little bit more under your control, where you can experiment a bit more.
Great. Thanks, Stephen. Okay, over to the audience. Who has got, so there's two hands in the middle first off, and then I'll come over there as well. So can you keep your hands up till you get the mic? Thank you. And do you mind standing up just to answer your question?
Hello, Guy Giles from Looking Local in the UK. We're involved in a data project where the intended outcome was to reduce safeguarding concerns and risks in the community. In the UK, there have been some high-profile cases where vulnerable children have been missed by key agencies with some pretty tragic consequences. So our hypothesis was that anonymized event data from adult social care, from children's services, police, fire, and so on, can be used to predict safeguarding concerns ahead of that critical event actually taking place. The biggest challenge for us wasn't assembling the data or the insights that could be derived from it. It was the information governance challenges of multiple agencies sharing data. That was the big thing. We have GDPR in the UK and across Europe, and many will have similar kind of rules and regulations across the world. Does the panel have any insights to share on that challenge?
Thank you. Great question. So the challenges around sharing data across agencies. And there was a second question. We'll take two questions at a time. Thanks.
I'm from National Defense. I'm a senior program evaluator, and so I have a relationship in relying on programs providing us with a lot of data, but also sometimes creating data as well to contextualize that. At a lot of executive meetings, there seems to be a shift towards just dashboards with numbers on them, which I think are very valuable, but also in the evaluation world, we do care about the qualitative, the context, what are the people saying, what is Indigenous knowledge telling us? How do you ensure that those sides of the story are not being forgotten in the greater picture of data at those levels?
Thanks. So two great questions there. So one on the kind of challenges around sharing data, and then secondly, I think in the rise of dashboards, how do you make sure you don't miss other valuable information that contextualizes that data? Guyan, I'm going to come to you first.
I'll start off with the second question. In fact, one of the problems we are seeing is actually what you just mentioned. It is about numbers. It is about nice pie charts on a dashboard. That the title of this event is how do you turn data into actions, and for that there needs to be a political will, and the political will generally comes from people pushing the politicians to make those policy changes. Where we are struggling, yes, access to data is a problem, but also the way we communicate as well, the way we find the story in the data. It is not just pie charts and numbers, because numbers only speak to your brain. You need something that speaks to your heart for people to understand it. I'll take a simple example. If I just tell you, like, we dump 8 trillion metric tons of plastic into the ocean today, you'll say, well, that's crazy, and the moment you walk out of this door, you'll forget it. But if I tell you, by 2040, there'll be more plastic in the ocean than fish, that is something that sort of hits your heart as well. So the numbers are not just enough. You need to find the story to create that political will to make a policy change.
Really interesting. Did you want to say anything on the sharing data?
And again, this is one of the, it is the fear as well when I talk to a lot of member states about this, and UN is ideally placed in a country to bring these multiple stakeholders together as well, because no single entity owns the data that is needed to make these policy changes. So we are working with countries at that strategy level, creating those entry points, creating those open data exchanges for that data sharing to happen. And this is new to the private sector as well. In a way, sharing, in the past, it was more about more on the governance side of things, but now with IoTs, with social media data, it is relatively new for private sector as well to work with the governments on this type. But I've seen it happening, and happening successfully in a couple of countries as well.
And as the questioner asked, sometimes the regulation just doesn't allow you to share the data, so that's at the moment a immovable barrier. Shafi, your thoughts on those two questions?
Yeah, I think when we have opportunities to design new programs and services, we worked on a consent framework. So, depending obviously on what the service is, I know it's a lot of work up front, but I think working with policy and legal and, different areas within the federal government, we're able to define a consent framework that can be used for a given service. And so I think if there is transparency in terms of, the type of data that we're collecting and what is it that we're sharing for and with, we do see a consent given by the citizens. I think that other question around the dashboard, I know that in general, senior leaders like to see dashboards. I think where we've tried to incorporate the qualitative feedback is actually, infusing the user experience aspect of it, right? So when you're designing the service and you put the human-centered design experiences and sort of glean the benefits from that, combining the qualitative and quantitative pieces makes the dashboard way more informative, I guess, and really executives need reporting to make informed decisions. So it's not just about numbers, there's the human element. We talked about the feel and the emotion. So I think a good dashboard is a combination of qualitative and quantitative analysis. And sometimes I honestly think that we should surprise the senior leadership. It's just because a dashboard is traditionally just numbers and metrics. There's no reason we can't include page 2 or page 1 with qualitative information. Sometimes, leaders don't know what they don't know. So I think we shouldn't be afraid to try new things as well. Yeah.
Stephen, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would go a bit further, I think, than Shaifa's gone on some of this stuff. I think that the dashboards enable better storytelling and simplify content, they're useful. I would challenge many of the dashboards I see these days in the public sector, because frankly, I think we've skipped over the data part of the dashboards. And we've drawn a picture in crayon, essentially, of what we think is going on. I'm not convinced, like if you actually ask them to peel back that dashboard and look at the data that's underneath it, I'm not convinced there's anything there. And I'm concerned that we're moving into sort of a post-literate decision-making here where it's too complicated for people to read something. We need to actually show them a picture. So I think like we need to tell a good story, and a good dashboard that tells that story based on good data can be really valuable. I'm not convinced that's where we are right now in the public sector. So I think we need to take a step back and make sure that we've got the right data for the right decisions in the moment. On the issue of sharing for a critical problem like the one you're dealing with that you described there, we need to take advantage of those opportunities where we've got a clear security, safety, health, whatever it happens to be. I think COVID was instructive on a lot of this stuff. We need to take the opportunity of a clear problem set where the solutions are messy, and most public policy solutions are messy, to make some of those informed trade-offs. In a lot of our countries, we have fairly strong privacy protections, and they're important, and I wouldn't want to discount them or turn a blind eye to them, but we need to trade them off against other public goods in that space in order to make sure that we make the right decisions from a safety and security standpoint. So I think use the opportunity you've got to try and drive some of the policy change you need.
Srini, your thoughts?
Yep, thanks. The first one on, let me pick on the dashboards, favorite topic as well. So, by the way, it's not just in public sector, it's the same challenge in private sector. It's just that, they've got a lot many more dashboards than in public sector, right? So, it's a fact. I mean, because there's just so much technology available where we can build out dashboards. But I think it's more about linking to the actions. It's about what is it that we are telling? I mean, let's say we found some, insights like, we talked about, let us say, the emergency services reaching 5 minutes earlier. That's a good insight, right? You could present that into a dashboard that is, super colorful, lots of graphics, pie charts, bar charts, or what have you, right? Whatever else charts. But then, what is the core message that is being sent, right? So, that's probably the key question to be asked. What is the action that we are asking, to be driven? So we think it's less about how, beautiful or how wonderful the dashboard is. It's more about what is the message that we are sending. Another example we take is, we do a lot of work in autonomous driving, in data-driven development of autonomous driving cars. An example that we talk about is, let's say you're behind the wheel, and you're trying to figure out whether you want to shift a lane, right? It's a decision to be taken, right? Whether you want to shift a lane. And you get a dashboard in front of you with fancy graphics that tell you all kinds of data like, velocity of the car behind you, the acceleration, the size, shape, everything, right? What are you going to do with that? But what if, the car presents you a blinking light that says that maybe you should not shift the lane now because there's something behind you, right? This is probably a best parallel in terms of why we actually think there needs to be a lesser focus on, building too many beautiful dashboards. It's the data that is important, and it's the insight and the action that is important, right? The other one on data sharing, it is, today, the good news is that there's a lot more technology available that will reduce complexities of, violating any data privacy or, what should I say, impinging on policies. However, it is still more of a policy and a governance and a process problem to solve for. Technology does make it easier for the data sharing to happen. Data sharing actually, in fact, there is technology available where you don't have to pass the full data. Just in the US, for example, we have social security numbers. Today, you call and ask for the last 4 digits. You don't necessarily have to pass the, social security number to the person who is asking you for the data. It can just validate and come back and say yes or no. So those kind of technologies we think will actually enable this data sharing to happen better, but there's still a lot of work to be done around policy and governance.
Thanks, Shani. Alison.
Well, I'd like to take a different perspective on dashboards for the panel, but I can't. The truth is, A dashboard is a view on the data, and coming from a world of digital and data, that's how I look at a dashboard. And sometimes my heart sinks when I hear someone say what we need is a dashboard, because they've missed the point of really what they want to do with the analysis and the data. However, they've been really powerful at normalizing the use of data. And I think throughout the pandemic, for almost every nation, I'm sure, the engagement that citizens have had and policymakers in clearly seeing and understanding the key data has been really important, I think, to be able to articulate where we are with particular status. I think Stephen's point is really powerful, that they can be used and should be used in better storytelling and engagement over what the insight is, and that's part and parcel. And with colleagues yesterday at Stats Canada, talking about our approaches to our census, or censi, I suppose, in relation to how we put out the analysis and the stories we tell around it become really quite important. And my other point on dashboards, I think, is they don't have to be static things. They become powerful when people can engage with them, when they're interactive, when you can start to move things around and see what happens. And climate change is a really good example where, to help people appreciate what happens when you change your carbon footprint or different aspects, I think becomes a really powerful tool. I think the data sharing point is a really powerful and important one. And I think it reflects the point I was making earlier about the interaction between operational and analytical data. Because on occasions where we've been asked to do something akin to the example given around safeguarding, for instance, it started to stray into what's considered operational use of data, and therefore becomes that much more difficult to manage. And I think we then go back to the concept of public good and the concept of ethical uses. And I think the example given is a very clear, strong ethical use of the data in mind. And so we need to reopen the debate, I think, around the public good in the use of some data assets, and stop dividing that operational and analytical data uses, because frankly, the two things will start to collide quite soon.
Thanks, Alison. We've got time for 2 more quick questions. I know there was somebody with their hand up over here. And then, are there any other
I should say
questions? Yeah, there's a gentleman back there. Go, Alice.
I'd be very happy to talk to the gentleman in some more detail.
Thank you. We can connect in the coffee break maybe straight after. So there's one over there and then one at the back over there as well. Thank you. No?
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Bhuvnesh Avasthi. I'm with the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada. My question is regarding the role of behavioral science in turning data into actions. Because when you're dealing with public, they may not be aware of why and how you are collecting data. And if it's not behaviorally aligned, you might have limitations on whether the actions have desired outcomes as far as public is concerned. So what's your view on using behavioral insights?
Thank you very much. I think, Diane, you touched on this a little bit in yours. So behavioral science, linking that to the data. And there was a question at the back there.
Yes, hello. I'm a longtime program evaluator with Indigenous Services Canada presently. And I was really thrilled to hear you say you'd love to invite some social scientists into the mix to be able to ask the right questions. And I think that one of the problems that we've had in evaluation in the federal government is that the data is not always there. The data that we need to measure the performance of a program is not always there when we arrive to do the evaluation. And so we're having to make it up, as this gentleman was mentioning earlier. So I think part of the balance is to focus more on the questions that you need to ask about the outcomes of the programs that you need to make decisions on whether or not to continue that program, to change that program, et cetera, or build a new one. So I'm wondering, do you have social scientists in your mix when you are determining the types of data systems that you want to put in place, the data that you want to put in place, and then the dashboards or reports on outcomes that need to be shared with senior decision makers?
Thanks so much. So we are running short of time, so I think probably quite short answers to this, but I think the 2 questions go nicely together. So the extent to which you we kind of collaborate across those professional expertise areas to gain really useful insights from the data. Shafa, I'll come to you first.
So the way we've been approaching it is within our data office, we have a team that focuses on the user experience, and embedded within the team, we actually have a really good mix of individuals who come from different backgrounds, including fashion and design, and really that behavioral focus that the question was posed. So there's two aspects to it. One is, how do we do uptake of an existing program? And so really looking at the behavioral science aspect of it. But I think more of it applicable when we're designing new programs and services, right? So really polling the citizens or doing different focus groups and using that really mixed group of individuals. So it's no longer just about data and insights, but it's putting the human-centered design and the UX and the user experience piece front and center. And then designing the program and the services based on what we've learned and gleaned from it. And so what we've also found is that some of the existing services, if there hasn't been an uptake, in addition to looking at the data, the dashboards, the qualitative and the quantitative pieces, we also look at that sentiment analysis and the behavioral pieces and kind of glean. So it's really different kinds of data points that help inform the decision. So that's a bit of a journey that we're on, and I find often in program designs, it's a journey in explaining to the businesses and the client groups as to why we have to sort of do that level of research, right? And so there is that education and awareness piece on what this means. And so, yeah, that's some of the things that we're focused on.
I'm going to add a cheeky addition to these questions. So we've talked a lot about how data kind of experts and digital specialists can persuade other professions to work with them. I also want to put to you, do you need persuading to work with these other professions as well? So I'm going to throw that into the mix as well. Srini, over to you.
Yeah, so
you're nodding, so I think maybe you think you do.
Yeah, no, I mean, the data analysis is definitely multidisciplinary. It's not just about data scientists. I mean, early on I was referring to tribal knowledge that exists inside organizations. That is extremely critical in contextualizing the analysis. So, you can have a data scientist come up with some excellent, potentially theoretical insights, but that context is extremely important. The second aspect also in terms of, communicating, I mean, especially when the actions are, related to communicating or engaging people, it becomes a lot more multidisciplinary. I mean, we see that a lot in private sector when the data analytics are being used, let us say, for promotions and campaigns. This is a hugely multidisciplinary, activity. A data analyst or a data scientist is just one component of it. Critical, but one component. So the questions about behavioral scientists, absolutely. And, you get into, driving operational improvements, you're going to need industrial engineers. You're going to need operational, researchers or scientists. So, you get into, into finance, you're going to need risk experts. You're going to need, FP&A experts. So the moment we start looking at taking the insights into actions or interpreting the insights itself, it is multidisciplinary.
Thanks.
There's no substitute to that.
Thank you. Alison, does this happen in the UK civil service? Do we have the right people in the room doing this? You're looking very...
The behavioral
scientists, the social scientists.
We do. There's a lot of focus on multidisciplinary skills and approaches. I certainly need no persuasion to be working across various boundaries, and having gone from policy to delivery to digital, really it's talking other people's languages that often gets things done around change as well. I mean, typically for the National Statistical Institute that we are, it's our job to make the insight available and for people to be able to engage with it, and then to make their own choices around how to react to the data. One exception, possibly, most important output of the year has just gone out today from ONS. Forget GDP or inflation. It's the most popular baby names in England and Wales. So if you're a Noah, an Oliver or George, or an Olivia, Amelia, or Isla, then you share your name. So that might put people off or possibly encourage them. In terms of the sort of social science more generally, we run an awful lot of social surveys. We need to engage with people, understand how they will react, and how we can really deliver change in that space as well. So we work on a hugely multidisciplinary field.
Thanks. Stephen, is that the case in Canada as well?
I think it is increasingly the case. I think that we struggle a little bit still with, to pick up the term that was used, with our internal tribes and the various cultures that we have across the public service, and the difficulty we have because of the way the public service was formed in building genuinely multidisciplinary teams. I think it's bureaucratically challenging to do, but there's an awareness that we need to, and some of the policy work to make it happen has changed. I want to pick up the point that Shaifa mentioned around design thinking. I think it's crucial, and it's one of the things that I have appreciated most coming out of this move that I've done the last 4 years into the sort of the data and digital space. This idea that users often don't know what they want exactly, and you need to help them work it through. The questions they're asking may not be the questions they really need answered, and how do you actually put, whether it's through behavioral science or other social science, how do you actually help frame the service they need as opposed to the service they may be asking for. And I think that's been one of the areas where the whole issue of user requirements and technology have really led the public service down the wrong path. Not uniquely the public service, but I think we have a particularly acute case of it compared to where private sector is these days. So we do it, but we need to do more of it.
Thanks, Dean. Again, I'm coming to you last because I don't think you need much persuading on this because you mentioned behavioral science and social science anyway, but your thoughts on that?
Since we talked about behavioral science, I'll talk about a different angle to this. One of the problems we are seeing, especially internally in the organization as well, that people who are data producers don't see how their data is used in the value chain. So bringing them close as well. If someone in a country office in a low bandwidth internet connection filling up a form, he or she they don't know how that data is being used at the decision making level. So we are building systems to connect basically have them understand why you are filling this form, not just because of audit for audit purposes, but for decision making. So and one of the ways to deliver that is we can talk about all the problems that needs to be fixed, and we can run a massive program for 5 years, but still there will be problems. So one of the approaches we are taking is a use case driven approach. So we picked some high value use cases and trying to deliver them. In the process, we are identifying some of the problems and bringing those closer to the actual decision making process as well, so they see how their data is being used.
Thank you so much. Well, again, I can't believe how quickly we have got through the session. We are out of time for this. There is, I believe, more refreshments waiting, so I won't hold you up much longer. But just to say, it was interesting there. I think we've segued really nicely into the last and final session of the day, which is actually all about how you build kind of interdisciplinary teams and cross some of these professional boundaries. So we'll be hearing more about that when we come back. And also, just to give you a heads up, I did mention earlier today, so in this final session, we will have one of our kind of presenters, speakers, who will be speaking in French. I know many people in the room here are bilingual, but if you do need to have some translation, there are some headsets outside. You can pick up those. But also, if you just want to watch the subtitles, you can watch it on the live stream on our website if you just need a little bit of additional support. But it just leaves me to say thank you, a huge thank you from me for our fantastic panel here. And as you say, you will all be available to have your brains picked over coffee. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, everybody, we'll begin as soon as everybody comes back from coffee. I think so, yeah. And it's channel 2, isn't it, for English?
Okay, I think the microphones are off. I was going to say,
Yeah,
Kelsey, on.
they're on.
No, yours
Mine's on.
Yours on. It's the awkward moment of sitting here. Do we sit here and chit chat? Do we not?
I'm just waiting for the signal from colleagues at the back that everybody is in. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I think we still have a few people coming in, but I'm really conscious that this is the last session between us and the networking reception. So no pressure. I'm also tempted to say, as we have 6 great speakers on this panel, that we have saved, no disrespect to anybody else who's spoken, you've all been fantastic. We've definitely saved the biggest till the last panel. Maybe we've saved the best till the last. So no pressure, guys, but this has got to be good. Okay. This session, and I said it does feed nicely from what we were discussing at the end of the last session. This one is all about crossing the boundaries, breaking down those silos. How do you build interdisciplinary, cross-departmental teams? And I think if one thing has come out really clearly from the conversations today, it's that those big digital transformation projects really require us to be working effectively across government, across departments, across professions, and sometimes across sectors as well. So we're going to hear from our speakers today about how we approach some of those challenges. So I'm going to introduce our great speakers here. As I mentioned before, Hervé, who's our second speaker, will be speaking in French. If you have a headset and you need to listen, I think it's on channel 2, if you're listening from French to English, and you can also look at the subtitles on the live stream on the website. And hello back again, welcome back to everyone watching at home. So, let me introduce our panel. We will hear from Anne Duncan, who is the Chief Information Officer at the Department of Energy in the United States of America. Then we will hear from Hervé Bage, who's Chief Executive Officer at the Agence e-Santé in Luxembourg. We had Frederick earlier from the same organization. Then we have Sean Hinton, who's the CEO of Skyhive, one of our knowledge partners here today. Then we have Dr. Stelios Simonas, who's Permanent Secretary at the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy in Cyprus. Then we have Sohail Karim, who's the Expert Executive Advisor for SAP. And sitting next to me, last but not least, is Scott Jones, who's the Executive Vice President for Shared Services here in Canada. Anne, I'm coming over to you first.
So thank you very much. It's great to be here. It's great to see so many people still in the room for the last session too. So that's really wonderful to still have a pretty full house. So we were asked to talk for a couple minutes each about our thoughts on the topic, and then we'll have a discussion, I'm sure. So I just want to talk a little bit about where I work, what it's like, and how we break down boundaries. And you know, number one, it's no surprise to anybody. This is all about people. Right? You know, you can build all the process in the world, but fundamentally, you're going to break down boundaries by working with other people. So I work for the U.S. Department of Energy. Our mission spans everything from nuclear nonproliferation to running the vast majority of the energy grid in the United States to open science. So we are the engine of innovation for the United States government with 17 national labs. Huge mission, lots of very different things that we do, and lots of independence. It happens that one of my predecessors as the CIO for the Department of Energy is a good friend of mine. And he said to me when he heard I was taking the job, he said, what you need to know about DOE is that the unofficial motto of DOE is, "You're not the boss of me." And he's right. So there's a law in the U.S., it's called the Federal IT Acquisition Reform Act, we call it FITARA. And when FITARA was enacted, I was CIO at the Environmental Protection Agency. Everybody at the Environmental Protection Agency said, "Oh yes, yes, you have those authorities, and of course we will listen to you." And some of them did, some of them didn't, but they at least, you know, said they were going to. At DOE, people will look at you and they'll say, "Oh, let me explain to you why I don't have to do what you say." So if there's any place where you can learn about collaboration and about breaking down barriers, it's in DOE and the U.S. federal government. You know, a couple points I want to make before I pass on to our next speaker. Is number one, you have to build a coalition of the willing. I spent most of my first year convincing the national lab CIOs and the other department element CIOs that my goal was not to make their life miserable, to move their cheese, to tell them what to do. It was to be their partner and help collaborate. And now we have built that coalition of the willing to move DOE forward. Second thing is that we need to make sure people understand this is not a zero-sum game, that working together creates more opportunity, not that they just have to give things up to be successful working together. And a third point I will make before passing this along is that you know, we have to create an environment where people have a bias towards action and change, so they go out and they do that work. We were talking I was at that same lunch that was referred to earlier, and we were talking at lunch about the fact that we've got all these processes, and often have people where they don't even know anything about the process other than, Tom gives me this, I do it, and I give it to Jill. And that's the entire knowledge of the process. And having them become interested in change, to become inquisitive about change, about what's going on, about what the person in the next room, the next desk, the next building, the next state is doing, and then choosing to try and fix those things together requires us to empower our employees to engage in those conversations and to take some risks. And I tell them, don't take stupid risks. Think about the risks you're taking, but take some risks. And so doing those things help us create more collaborative environment and break down some of those barriers to collaboration. And with that, I will pass to my next colleague.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love what you said there about build coalition of the willing, but also really important messages there about how you make people more inquisitive about what the people working next to them even are doing, and how they all fit together in that one machine, and then empowering employees to take a few more measured risks. Thank you. We've just had a message to say, could we slow down a little bit as well for our translators? Thank you so much. Hervé, à vous. For you, Hervé. Pour vous.
Oui. Oui, bonjour. Merci déjà de m'exprimer en français, qui est ma langue maternelle. Je vais vous présenter un peu le cadre du Luxembourg, qui est un tout petit pays au milieu de l'Europe, 640 000 habitants environ, mais que quelque part on peut considérer comme un véritable laboratoire d'essai. L'histoire a commencé il y a une dizaine d'années, lorsque les politiques ont mis en place une loi permettant de créer cette agence nationale e-santé. Alors par rapport à ce que j'ai entendu ce matin, le statut qui a été décidé par le législateur est un statut de créer un GIE, un groupement d'intérêt économique.
Pardon, Hervé, pardon, un moment, ça ne marche pas la traduction. C'est quel numéro? Sorry, what number is the translation into Thank you. Just conscious that we have some speakers who are following as well. If anyone else knows which channel it's on, they can shout out from the audience. I was told channel 2, but I'm getting French on channel 2. You know what we will do? I think Hervé, si...
Je peux essayer. Je relance.
Non, on va prendre les autres et on retourne. So we're going to move on and then we'll come back to Hervé when they tell us which channel we are on. Merci, Hervé. Okay, sorry. So, Sean, we'll come over to you first.
So I was going to do my full introduction in French as well, but
Okay.
I'll switch to English. So my name's Sean Hinton. I'm founder and CEO of a company called Skyhive. We're a Canadian company based in Vancouver, now a global company, but established in Canada. We're a World Economic Forum pioneer, and the work that we do is we've built a massive engine that's cognifying the world labor economy and boiling everything down to the most granular level of skills. And so we're this massive engine that's now the largest knowledge graph in the world that tracks jobs, skills, training, and labor market intelligence in real time. And then we build applications on top of this engine to support the rapid reskilling of companies and communities around the world. So we work mainly with Fortune 500s, Global 2000s, as well as governments specifically in the areas of education, defense, as well as labor. And clients in the world are coming to us to really answer 4 key questions. What are the skills of my workforce today at an individual, departmental, and company-wide level? 2, what are the emerging skills and jobs that are happening in the real-time labor economy that are going to impact my organization now and into the future? 3, what is the gap within my workforce to what's happening externally? And 4, how do we mobilize and bridge that gap at pace and at scale? So we work with the largest companies in the world to support automation of talent architectures across organizations, which are often, as you know, a complete mess in terms of job definitions, role definitions, and then ultimately, what are the skills of those roles? We then help analyze the workforce in terms of what skills do you have within the people that are in that workforce, and then look at various workforce planning activities that help get to that emerging future state. We work with organizations to do digital transformations into the cloud. We're helping organizations in the energy sector transition from traditional energy to the new green economy. We're supporting developments in aquaculture and water desalination across the world. All really, really cool projects that are all focused on the future of work and preparing the world for the future of work. As it relates to the topic of this discussion, what we spend a lot of time on is this notion of skill proximity. So when we talk about cross-interdisciplinary teams, the World Economic Forum has come out already a couple of years ago saying skills are the new currency of the global workforce. And when you break jobs down into skills and people down into the skills that they have, you're now able to draw proximity pathways into opportunities, tasks, projects, and different roles across the organization that likely your employees weren't aware of, and definitely you weren't aware of in terms of your organization. And so this is really where we have a lot of expertise. One of the other areas is that Skyhive is a proud public proponent of the ethical use of artificial intelligence. So I serve as one of Canada's representatives to the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, where we're building the world's first framework for the ethical and transparent use of data and artificial intelligence. And so really bringing to this conversation the notion of ethics around AI and data, and skill-based workforce development and skill-based workforce planning as opposed to the traditional models. So thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Great, thank you, Sean. Got that huge wealth of experience across so many organizations, and really good to hear what you said about your involvement in the ethical use of AI. Stelios, we're going to come to you next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I'm coming from Cyprus, a small country of about 1 million in the Eastern Mediterranean. And the reason I'm saying this is because it will give you some insights as to why we took certain decisions on what I'm about to say. In March 2020, to accelerate the digital transformation of the country and deliver a digital government, a new ministry was created in Cyprus, the Deputy Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy. When we took office, we took a hard look at the IT department, which is part of the ministry, and we evaluated the processes, the operating model, the organizational structure, the skill set, everything. So we made up a holistic plan to achieve our objectives, and as it was said before, we were no exception. We had various legacy systems operating. Services to the citizens and the businesses were bundled in huge legacy systems. They were not user-friendly, and we decided that that was sort of the front end of the government, and that's what we needed to improve first. So we turned to our British friends that we have traditional ties with, and we signed an MOU with the UK government, and we cooperated with the Government Digital Service to build what we call the Digital Services Factory to industrialize the delivery of services to the citizens and the businesses. So the DSF is we pulled together a small group of people from various ministries and agencies, and together with the GDS, we defined various roles that are needed to deliver high-quality services: product manager, delivery manager, user experience guys, content managers, assurance people, and the whole spectrum. The GDS provided training, and they also provided one-to-one shadowing for all these roles. So we created a sort of multi-country interdisciplinary team to deliver those services. As I said, our group was a small group. They developed so far completing three exemplar services. We've gathered services that are needed from all government departments. The count is about 300 as we speak, and is growing. And as it was said before, we are estimating to about 7,500. So it's a huge task that we have in front of us. Obviously, this small group of people cannot deliver all these services in a short period of time, because everybody is hungry to see services going live. So we decided to invoke the private sector in this process. So we sort of prioritized and started grouping services into groups of 3, 4, 5 services, which we call packets. And we crafted together with the GDS a procurement methodology to deliver those services. And we created a marketplace where the tender is out as we speak, and they're being evaluated with very light criteria. And then for each of these packets of services, we will be having a mini competition. And then, as you might appreciate, we need to train everybody, all people, the business users, as well as our industry. It is a new thing in the country. Nobody has done it before. So we have a huge task ahead of us. And finally, as it was said before, we are following the example of the UK, and we are creating a single government portal, gov.cy, that's what is being called. It's up and running right now, and we will also host all government web pages in addition to providing access to citizen services.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Really interesting to hear how you're doing so many of those things we've been talking about today, building those interdisciplinary teams, but also looking at the way you do procurement in a different way as well, and then having that one-stop shop portal. We definitely have to have you back in a couple of years to see how this has gone and see if you've reached that kind of 7,000 number of services as well. Thank you so much.
Good news to tell you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Stelios. Sohail, coming to you.
Yes, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the opportunity for being able to speak on the panel today. So my name is Sohail Karim, and I'm with SAP. I'm based out of the Johannesburg office in South Africa, but I work primarily with SAP's largest and most strategic public sector customers across Europe, North America, and Africa and the Middle East as well. So building interdisciplinary cross-departmental teams is a theme that has been becoming very important over the past couple of years. Just recently, in the past couple of months, we've been discussing with many governments across the globe, and also the different spheres of government, so from the federal level right to the state and local level, looking at these interdisciplinary teams, and then also the different agencies of governments, be they cities or departments of education or social security services, really looking at how they can leverage interdepartmental shared service types of organizations to deliver value in the public sector. So when we as SAP, when we think about it, when we boil it down and look at it from a very high level, when you look at value in the public sector or some of the challenges that the public sector is facing, it's really about this complex environment within which the public sector operates. Varying and different needs in terms of the different types of citizens and different priorities for each of those expectations. And then also being able to deliver services urgently as and when an event arises or as and when a change in the environment is introduced. And I mean, we saw that over the past couple of years where priorities in the public sector really had to shift quickly as a matter of urgency to address expectations around the pandemic that we were dealing with. So having said that, when you look at governments and when you look at the different departments and agencies, they seem to share some sort of common objectives or priorities in terms of where they focus, right? It's about how do governments make sure that they put their people and the citizens at the center of everything that they do. So really making sure that whatever service you deliver is designed around the citizen to make it easy to consume and to deliver that value. How do you set up data to start becoming an organizational asset? And how do you use that data to drive the service delivery? How do you make sure that you're enabling the workforce of the future? And at the same time, how do you look at priorities around sustainability and so on? So even though there seems to be some commonality in the objectives of each government department, where interdepartmental and interdisciplinary and cross-departmental teams become important is that they can deliver the enablers that will ultimately deliver the outcomes of government. So we've seen interdisciplinary and cross-departmental teams really come together to deliver automation in specific services. We've seen certain governments where they may automate one specific process or one specific service delivery component and then make sure that they drive that automation across other departments and share the knowledge and share the asset. We've seen interdepartmental teams come together to deliver collaborative service outcomes. And many examples where, when the pandemic hit, of local governments being able to deliver contact centers to be able to provide information to the most vulnerable, using data as an asset. And then over time, as that contact center becomes more and more delivers more and more and greater services, how they transition that contact center to move away from just COVID, but look at greater health outcomes for a specific community, and using that center of cross-departmental, interdisciplinary teams. So there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of great use cases across the globe that we've seen. And it's really about how does government now look at sort of accelerating what we've done and further invest. It doesn't have to be financial investment, but how do we invest our time and effort to make sure that where we have proof points of success, or where we believe we can be successful across departments and across governments, how do we invest our time and efforts to make sure that we are building these capabilities that can be used and shared across governments, and then at the most mature level, where we can actually see interdisciplinary teams being used across different countries, across governments. That would be a great endpoint ultimately to get to.
Thanks. That was really interesting, those examples you gave where people are sharing knowledge, sharing assets on their shared objectives. But I like the ambition there that you say, not necessarily just sharing within countries, but also sharing across national boundaries. A really interesting vision there. Scott, over to you now, and then we'll come back to Hervé.
Great. Well, thanks, and it's great to be here with all of you. Shared Services Canada was created about 11 years ago, and if you look at the history, it was created to save money. Let's be honest here. So the original mandate, consolidate email, networks, and data centers. Try and save money, collapse things together. Turned out that was a very good basis for what we needed to do. It was a good basis for security with the rise of the cybersecurity threat. It was a good basis for responding to a public service which suddenly needed to shift from work to home during a pandemic and many other aspects. What Shared Services Canada goal is, and as we look at the digital transformation of the government, it is how do we put the Canada back in the government of Canada? As a citizen, as a government official, I identify with my little acronyms of my department. So I'm an SSC person or a PSPC, CRA. Citizens couldn't care less. We're the government to them. And so how do we enable that focus? How do we enable that service level to citizens? And that's one of the things. But our goal is to provide the foundation for that. Departments need to deliver programs. And so what do we need to do this? The fact is, Canada's a very enormous country. And if you look at this from the provision of networks, it's easy sitting in Ottawa where, we have high-speed fiber to most homes now, et cetera. Let me juxtapose that with one of our major service clients, a Royal Canadian Mounted Police detachment that could be sitting in the north. Guess what? Doesn't reach there. There's places where we don't have geostationary satellite coverage, much less cellular coverage. So how do we deliver that? So you need to understand your clients. You need to understand and come with a perspective of what's it like for that officer sitting in the field. And so that's one of your area of multidisciplinary that's really important. We need to understand the people we serve and the reasons why we need to do some of these things. The second piece is, well, it needs to be realistic. Government program design, I am not criticizing my friends that are in the program side of the government, but it's very altruistic, and in some cases, how do I not say the word naive, but say naive? Where everybody, you want to deliver services to people who need help, and so nobody would possibly take advantage of this, so the program's designed very much from an optimistic point of view. We need to be realistic and look at this and say, well, there's a segment of the population that probably isn't going to think of this in an altruistic point of view. They're going to think of it, how can they take advantage? So you need to bring that perspective in, even though they're called the cynics. Well, they're also called the security professionals who understand how things can be exploited. So we need to bring some realism there. And then I think it's really important to think about accessibility. If we go and we look at some of the progress that we've made, so our overall IT side, it's gotten better on bilingualism. So Canada is a country where it is English and French at equal quality. Not translation, not weak translation, it is equal quality, and that's something that's important. But accessibility beyond that. What does it mean to deliver services to citizens who don't have a cell phone, they can't afford one, can't get a digital app? What if they don't comfortable with it? If you look at the Canadian population. So how do you enable a platform from an IT perspective, but also understand that You've got to enable departments to deliver services to every Canadian, and you can't pick and choose. We can't, as a government, select our customer base. We can't say, okay, yeah, if you're not going to buy online, we don't want to talk to you. That's a very quick way for a government to get unelected. But also to not serve its citizens. So those are some of the things we need to take in place, and that's why it's so important to have the multidisciplinary teams, and then that goes completely, then you talk about a department itself. And when you look at the diversity of experience, if you look at a country like Canada, the diversity of experience, running an IT project and then the business project over there is the quickest recipe to failure. So bringing the people that bring different parts of the country, different regions, different perspective, different expertise, IT, business, program delivery, but some of the hard choices we have to make and trade-offs. That frankly is how you deliver a project. That's how you deliver outcomes. It's not done through, some great adherence to some perfect project plan. And then finally now, how do we build up skills? And we work in the partnership with the private sector. In a lot of cases, we used to work with two solitudes. Public cloud's kind of breaking a lot of our model. So how do we go cloud smart? Not cloud first, cloud smart, I think is the better model. And really take advantage of some of the tools that are out there, some of the data tools, some of the other pieces. So I'll stop there, knowing that time's flying.
Thank you, Scott. Really important, I think, what you said there. The citizen doesn't care which department is doing this. They don't care which department you're sitting in. They just want the service to be smooth and they want the service to be effective. So a really important point there. I think we were going to go back to the translation. I think it's on channel 3 and I hope, fingers crossed, this should be working. Hervé, est-ce que vous pouvez recommencer, s'il vous plaît? Merci.
Bonjour. Bonjour à tous, donc merci aux organisateurs d'avoir invité les représentants du Luxembourg. Donc je rappelle, petit pays au cœur de l'Europe, 640 000 résidents, donc vraiment un tout petit pays, mais qu'on peut considérer comme un véritable laboratoire, parfois d'expérimentation, on va dire, de projets de système d'information. Donc le projet a commencé il y a 10 ans environ, suite à la création par une loi de l'agence e-santé, et c'est un choix que les politiques ont fait, c'est-à-dire de ne pas obligatoirement utiliser les services de l'État qui étaient déjà en place, le centre informatique de l'État et les assurances maladies qui étaient quand même sous la direction des différents ministères. Et ça a été donc de créer une agence sous la forme d'un GIE, un groupement d'intérêt économique, dans lequel tous les acteurs du secteur de la santé sont représentés, les syndicats de médecins, pharmaciens, hospitaliers, représentants des usagers. Mais la caractéristique, c'est que 100% du financement de l'agence est un financement étatique. Donc on a presque tous les inconvénients du public et du privé. Nous sommes obligés de suivre toutes les procédures du public. Nous sommes sur une grille de rémunération, j'en ai entendu parler ce matin, des problèmes de rémunération du public. Et en même temps, on a quand même une partie de capacité qui nous permet de faire du travail un petit peu comme le privé. Mais on n'a pas obligatoirement tous les avantages de l'un et de l'autre. Donc ça a commencé en 2012, je venais de France, donc je suis issu du pays qui était juste à côté, avec une mission du ministre de la Santé de l'époque, c'était d'avancer, de faire des choses plutôt avec une approche plutôt pragmatique, et pas de réinventer la poudre, simplement de m'adapter au contexte luxembourgeois. Le contexte luxembourgeois, c'est quoi? C'est 3 langues nationales, le luxembourgeois et 2 langues administratives. Et mon équipe, par exemple, est constituée d'à peu près 9 nationalités et on y parle régulièrement 4 langues, entre le français, le portugais, l'allemand et le luxembourgeois. Pourquoi le portugais? C'est 17% de la communauté luxembourgeoise. Et donc forcément, vous avez le même pourcentage de représentants des différentes communautés au sein de l'agence. Depuis 6 ans à peu près, le ministre Xavier Bettel, le Premier ministre Monsieur Xavier Bettel, a impulsé le Digital Voyage, c'est-à-dire l'ensemble des ministères concernés doivent accélérer la digitalisation de leur ministère, dont la santé fait partie évidemment. Et donc nous avons un ministère de la digitalisation et des liens relativement forts et relativement faciles. Ça, c'est quelque chose que j'ai découvert en France, c'est très hiérarchisé, très protocolisé. Ici, on peut accéder rapidement à un ministre si on a un problème ou si on veut être aidé de son ministère. Donc ça, c'est relativement très positif quand on veut construire cette agence. Donc on a commencé à 10 ans à 5 et au bout de 2 ans, on a commencé à sortir les premiers services. avec un premier projet national qui était un EHR, un DMP, un dossier médical partagé ou un dossier de soins partagés suivant les pays, qui était vraiment notre mission principale. Pour monter ce genre de projet, il faut des référentiels. Notre pays n'ayant pas de grosse agence nationale capable d'élaborer ou d'écrire les référentiels, ça a été le travail des 2-3 premières années, c'est-à-dire écrire les référentiels en matière d'interopérabilité, technique, sémantique, et à minimum sur la partie sémantique, pour ceux qui sont dans le secteur de la santé, c'est beaucoup d'informations qui doivent être traduites, transmises aux différents industriels pour s'intégrer et être interopérables au niveau technique. Approche et méthodo plutôt par projet, un début, une fin, si je devais résumer rapidement la méthode, et des outils pour travailler. Le premier, un plan stratégique, expliquer où on veut aller, comment on va le faire, un schéma directeur qui va déclarer ou décrire les différents projets dans le temps, et pour finir, un contrat d'objectifs et de moyens, ce qu'on appelle un COM, ce qui va permettre de dire voilà ce que je vais faire, et si je le fais en contrepartie, voilà ce que l'État doit me donner. 5 personnes, c'est très peu pour une agence nationale. Le choix également s'est porté sur des experts dans chacun de leurs domaines, en interop, en gestion de projet, ce qui nous a permis de monter un cahier des charges en 6 mois, de retenir le consortium, c'est-à-dire le premier groupe d'industriels qui allait répondre 6 mois plus tard, et de lancer les premiers services moins de 18 mois après la création de l'agence, qui est relativement court au regard d'autres projets. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut dire également sur le dossier de soins partagés? Première étape proposée sous la forme d'un POC, enfin en tout cas d'une étude qui a permis de finaliser le cadre de la loi qui n'était pas complet. À partir de ce moment-là, dès janvier 2020, on est rentré en généralisation du dossier de soins partagés et les résultats, même si on est un petit pays, 640 000 résidents comme je vous l'indiquais, 1 million de dossiers de soins partagés en moins de 2 ans et environ 8 millions de documents dans lesquels toute la biologie est dedans. La radiologie a commencé il y a 1 an, c'est-à-dire à peu près 80% de la radiologie au fil de l'eau. Et pour les maladies chroniques, des résumés patients et un certain nombre d'autres documents, ce qui est plutôt relativement positif. Donc au regard de ces résultats, le ministère de la Santé et la Direction de la Santé nous ont demandé de mettre en place le carnet de vaccination électronique national. On est en phase de généralisation et on a commencé en mars de cette année, on est environ à 30-35% de notre cible de la généralisation du carnet de vaccination, en particulier sur les vaccineurs. Et le dernier grand chantier sur lequel on travaille actuellement, c'est la e-prescription polymodale, c'est-à-dire biologie, radiologie, soins et puis drogue, enfin molécules, pharmacie, pardon. Là aussi, énorme travail à une équipe qui était passée à une vingtaine de personnes. Et depuis quelques mois, on est passé à 40 personnes au regard des autres missions, et en particulier, comme toutes les agences nationales, on a été confronté au Covid, où il a fallu, par exemple, remonter toutes les informations, ce qu'on appelle les déclarations obligatoires des maladies infectieuses. C'est un peu plus de 5 ou 6 millions de transactions qui ont été effectuées par notre intermédiaire. Donc là, on n'est que tiers technologique, on n'a pas vraiment une énorme valeur ajoutée. Et pour boucler, l'innovation, et comme mon collaborateur Frédéric Marcus vous l'a indiqué, est importante pour l'agence. Ça ne sert à rien de rester sur un dossier pour l'instant qu'on pourrait appeler à données passives. Demain, en fonction de qui je suis comme soignant, de qui je traite comme patient, il devra y avoir des interactions plus fortes, amener des outils comme des moteurs de règles, des intelligences artificielles au niveau du dispositif. C'est en cours. Nous sommes en train de migrer les 8 millions de données que je vous parlais dans le data lake par le processus Cameron que vous a expliqué Frédéric. Et les premiers résultats, on espère au moins sur de l'analyse populationnelle, d'avoir les premiers résultats, peut-être même courant du premier semestre 2023. Pour favoriser cette innovation, à 40 personnes, on ne peut pas tout faire, bien évidemment. Ça veut dire qu'on va favoriser les relations PPP, partenariat public-privé. On demande aux industriels d'apporter de l'innovation dans ce domaine-là, et on a mis en place, d'ailleurs qui est encadré également par Frédéric Marcus, un espace d'environ 200 mètres carrés qui permet à des industriels au sein de l'Europe qui veulent échanger, ou des professionnels ou des industriels qui auraient des projets de rentrée en Europe avec toute la complexité GDPR et des protocoles qu'on utilise en Europe en matière de santé, de venir tester, de se faire labelliser et pourquoi pas de commercialiser des projets, soit en dehors de l'Europe. Et pour ça, tout simplement, on met une partie de notre plateforme, ce qu'on appelle les environnements d'intégration, au service de ces industriels pour tester, incorporer peut-être chez nous certains de ces composants et ainsi provoquer cette innovation. Ça veut dire en permanence changer également peut-être les acteurs, les premiers acteurs ou la nécessité de mettre en place le helpdesk, c'est ensuite reformer des gens pour des nouveaux postes, des nouvelles fonctionnalités et intégrer des métiers que nous n'avons pas. Et là aussi, j'ai une énorme chance, c'est-à-dire que j'ai la possibilité de recruter dans toute l'Europe n'importe quel acteur dans la mesure où il apporte une vraie plus-value à notre plateforme. Et ça, je peux vous dire que c'est très, venant de France, c'est relativement très innovant. Je crois qu'au Canada, la multiculture, le faire venir de partout est peut-être plus fréquent, mais très honnêtement, en France, c'était en tout cas pas ce que j'avais l'habitude de voir. Voilà un petit peu le cadre luxembourgeois.
Thank you, Amy. I'm really sorry for people who were trying to listen for the translation there. I think we had French and English at the same time on the channel, so that wasn't very clear. But it was, if I've understood correctly, I think it was really good to hear you highlighting some of the things other people have mentioned about bringing different experts together, the importance of getting the terminology right, that people have a shared understanding of kind of not just the technology, but the terminology as well, some of the benefits that you are achieving from doing some of this approach, including using AI in some of your services. And then really interesting what you said there about creating this space for kind of public and private to come together and do some experimentation before you kind of looked at rolling out to areas like the European Union and others. So thank you so much, Hervé, for that. We have got a few minutes left for questions from the floor. I am going to look, okay, we have one question here, and I'm going to take one more question, probably the last question, so it's got to be the best question of the day. So we've got one question here and one question here. Thank you so much. Lady down here at the front, if you want to put your hand up again, that would be great. Thank you. There we go. Mike coming to you. So we'll take yours first, and then we'll take yours there. I think you've got to speak straight into it. No.
Does it work? Oh, it works now?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is Mehnaz Tabassum. I'm from Canada Revenue Agency. And right now, my team is working on a digital transformation project. I cannot give much detail, but secretive agency.
We've got lots of secret agencies in the room today.
But one of the challenges that I'm seeing a lot of our teams who are working in the digital transformation space face is there are teams in the IT sector, there are teams in the business sectors, and because we are such a massive organization, the departments ends up working in silos. So what would be your advice? Like, I completely agree with creating multidisciplinary team, but what about organizations that already have their teams in place? How do you navigate some of those challenges?
Thank you. Sorry, if you had another, I think we've only got time for the one question. So take that, how do you break down internal silos? I'll come to you first, but we're going to take one more question and take the two together. Question there.
Sure, very quickly. So we form multidisciplinary teams so that we can address complex issues in as comprehensive and rounded way possible. And, you know, one of the most essential responsibilities of our governments is to protect and advance the interests of our countries. So I'm wondering, as experienced digital leaders, do you have advice to our national leaders? You know, are there gaps in our approaches to digital that we need to be mindful of and address through, you know, an interdisciplinary approach that prioritizes contributions from the digital community so that we can protect the security, prosperity, stability of our countries while hopefully also making a positive contribution to the international.
Thank you. So that was a big question to end on. So one, how do you break down internal silos? And secondly, if you were advising your political leaders, why it's so important for the security of the nation to have digital built into multidisciplinary teams, what would that advice be? So, Anne, we haven't heard from you for a while. I'm going to come to you first on one or both of those questions.
Okay, so I think, you know, I'll start with the security question, and then I'll give a quick answer to the other one, which is security. The fact of the matter is that the teams need to be interdisciplinary so that they can design in security, right? We can't build it at the end. We've got to design it into everything we do. So that security, and I will steal once again from my colleague Chris Inglis, that ability to collaboratively defend our organization is critical. So those 2 points are why it's so important and why we need to make sure our political leaders understand that it's important. And then in terms of the other question, I will just point you at a resource that my team built, and it's a digital transformation playbook specifically around scaling transformation to help you scale across your whole organization. And it's at energy.gov/CIO, and it's got a bunch of plays. I won't talk about how it works because we don't have time, but go have a look at that. That may be helpful to you.
Thank you so much, Anne. Sean, you wanted to come in. I'm going to come to you next.
Yeah, I'm far more equipped to answer the first question, given
Sure.
I'm not a government digital leader. But so for the first question, we spend a lot of time working with very large organizations that are extremely siloed. And one of the areas that organizations are starting to look at really driving interdisciplinary cross-team workforce planning, which is really focusing on project-based and skill-based contributions to those projects. And so, especially in a remote environment or a semi-remote environment, and especially given that every project in an organization now and moving forward is going to be an IT project, that skill set needs to proliferate across the entire organization. And so we're certainly happy to take that offline. My team is in next door where the coffees are, and feel free to have a coffee, and we can share best practices as how other large organizations and governments are doing this as well.
Thank you. Hervé, your thoughts on either of those questions?
Sur les deux questions, sur la partie maîtrise gouvernementale, je pense que impérativement, si les gouvernements ou si les différents ministères concernés n'ont pas, soit directement, soit sous leur tutelle, des experts sur la mise en place des outils, si on confie ou si la maîtrise d'ouvrage, donc en l'occurrence les ministères, délèguent à des industriels totalement sans avoir cette expertise, alors forcément la souveraineté nationale pourrait être en difficulté. Si vous disposez des experts, vous pouvez alors travailler avec des règles qui sont parfaitement connues, claires, vous pouvez contrôler, et à ce moment-là, la souveraineté nationale peut fonctionner. Au niveau européen, on a dans l'obligation, avec toutes les langues, de commencer à travailler sur des échanges transfrontaliers. Comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, le Luxembourg travaille avec déjà 4 pays, dont 3 pays où 50% de la communauté le matin rentre en population active et repart le soir dans les différents pays frontaliers. On a l'obligation en Europe de pouvoir communiquer, échanger, parce que c'est la e-santé européenne. Après, quand c'est interne, je sais que ce n'est pas terrible ce que je vais dire, mais quand ça travaille en silo dans des organisations, je pense que de temps en temps, quand vous avez des informaticiens, des chefs de projet, des professionnels de santé dans vos équipes, si elles ne sont pas capables de travailler ensemble, une bonne méthode quand même, en tout cas quand c'est dans notre domaine et notre responsabilité en termes de responsables d'entreprise, c'est parfois emmener votre équipe d'ingénieurs qui imaginent des choses très intéressantes et de les faire visiter un site dans lequel des patients traités par un cancer du poumon sont pris en charge. Eux, ce qu'ils attendent, c'est des résultats rapides. Ils n'attendent pas de l'informatique quantique. Eux, ce qu'ils veulent être pris en charge, c'est maintenant. C'est que la majorité des patients ne souhaitent pas mourir stupidement de iatrogénie médicamenteuse. C'est ça les vraies missions qui nous sont confiées quand on gère des agences e-santé. Et de temps en temps, pour éviter de travailler en silo, ces jeunes ingénieurs qui sont très brillants, qui répondent à tout ce qu'on attend, c'est aussi de les amener les uns et les autres jusqu'au secrétariat et leur faire rencontrer des professionnels de santé qui sont confrontés avec la mort tous les jours. Et ça, je peux vous dire que généralement, si on le fait, à la fin de la journée, il y a certains petits silos qui s'arrêtent naturellement. Et le café, comme ça a été dit par mon voisin, on travaille beaucoup plus et on échange beaucoup plus vite au niveau d'un café pour régler les problèmes.
Thank you. So sometimes the urgency is going to force that collaboration. And also interesting what you said about the nature of spaces like the European Union, that people are obliged to communicate across borders and to share across borders. Stelios, your thoughts on breaking down silos, because you've done this in Cyprus in your new projects.
It's a very interesting question. I think we have to realize what the objective is. IT and digital services is not just programming. That's what used to be in the past. It is serving the citizen, serving a purpose. So you need to invoke all disciplines that are needed, and the citizen should be at the center. Technology is an enabler and a means to serve the citizen. So you need to pull together the resources needed to achieve the objective. So if one follows this approach, then inherently you break the silos and you deliver good services. And if I may comment on security, on the second question, well, it depends on the service. Certain services are more sensitive, you may need to encrypt and so on and so forth. But in general, as it was said many times today, it should be a collaborative effort, and you need to bring in all the relevant people right from the beginning when designing a service or a project or a system or whatever you're trying to do, and look at it from all aspects and have a holistic design and consider everything so that you need to build a secure system, because we cannot operate in the digital space without protecting ourselves, without securing what we are doing. So
thanks, Stelios. Sohail, your thoughts on breaking down silos in particular?
Yeah. So I was actually sitting and listening quite attentively to my co-speakers. It is a very difficult question, because breaking down the silos, you know, you're almost addressing or trying to deal with years of certain behaviors in which organizations were set up. And we spoke about, for me, ideally, I think it's around understanding that we need to rally our people around the delivery of an outcome. And, you know, previously in previous years, we talk about joint application development. How about we start speaking around joint outcome enablement? So if we were to take a person who focuses specifically on building the calculations behind tax processing and put them in the same room with someone who looks at designing the front-end form, and then putting them in the same room with the contact center agent who fields a call when there may be a query on the tax calculation, and put all of them into one room and say, what are your ideas to resolve this issue or this challenge or to enhance it? You start creating ownership across the different skill sets. And to a certain degree, you start breaking down the silos. But it is really around behavior, right? It's around being able to rally around the outcome. We had the discussion around security and security by design quite extensively throughout the course of the day. And again, why I think the question around security is very much related to the breaking down of boundaries. It's about a behavior. You start with security in mind right up front. Before you start thinking of what the application can do, its scope, its input, its output, what are the security components? And then you've got to make sure that not only is the security and the application component, not only is the application and its components secure, but the people who design it must embrace principles and practices of security. How they interact with each other, how they access the physical buildings, must all be around security. And when you start building that behavior, that's how you ultimately achieve the outcome. So in summary, how do you break down the silos, rallying around the outcomes and really creating the ownership, and then around security and breaking down silos, it's really about focusing on the behaviors of our teams and our peoples in achieving what it is we aspire to achieve.
Thanks, Sahel. Scott, I'm going to give the last words to you on this one.
So a few things. So in terms of breaking down the silos, not reorg. You just create a year of, silos for different silos. Here are some of the things I've seen work in the past. One, using cross-functional communities to bridge across the silos, where you bring people with like skills together. You start with learning environments, and then slowly you start to share information of projects that are going on. The second one would be where management creates the space for innovation events to solve those problems. So we did that frequently in the cyber world, where I come from, where we gave people the freedom. What are the problems that you never have time to solve? Take the time and solve them now, and that worked incredibly well. Some examples I could give here, and some I can't. But it was amazing, and international as well. So that broke down a lot of silos. A third piece really is, it can be management to say, okay, we need to structure our projects where we bring in people. We will not accept a project from a client without that client appointing a top-notch person on the team. Not to come in and bounce things off of, but who sits with the team and works with them and says, no, that's not how it works. And I've seen that done really successfully. Those are 3 tactics there. And in terms of digital advice, to everybody except, I guess, the Government of Canada, where I wouldn't do that in public, but who cares? Program design. IT isn't going to solve bad program design, and expecting citizens to suddenly know which of 1,000 doors of program to walk through to ask for the right service is insane. And that's typically what we do, and then we digitize it by putting, I just say it's the equivalent of putting the PDF, the paper form in PDF and filling it in and send it in. We really need to take a step back and say, how do we deliver services? And is it around life events? Somebody was born, somebody died, somebody moved, somebody got a driver's license, etc. Like, is it life events? I don't know, but it certainly isn't the old structure of paper forms and putting them online. So I would say focus on program design, how to simplify it, how to make it easy for the citizen to be directed to the door rather than to have to find the door on their own.
Thank you so much, Scott. Just before we close, in the UK last year, we had a fantastic UK data challenge. There were some really good examples of how teams came together across disciplines, across departments, across sectors. And I think I'm right in saying there's the Canadian data challenge going on at the moment. So you might want to look that up and see that. I'm sure you'll get some great examples of where people are working across teams, and also obviously using data to drive insights and actions, which was the previous session. But just to say thank you so much to our panel for that final session. Again, loads of food for thought. As Sean said there, if you haven't yet had a chance to go and speak to our knowledge partners and our exhibitors, please do that in a moment in the room next door, because you can follow up on all of these conversations. Thank you so much from me for bringing us to almost the close of the day. But thank you so much to our panel on that one. And as our panel leave, it just leaves me to invite Stephen Burt back up for some closing remarks from our host. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the panel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I'm just going to sit here and come on after you.
Test, test. There we go. Just saying, Siobhan, you can call me Sean if you like. But, look, I won't take up too much more of your time. I think I really appreciate how much events like this allow us to reflect on our, not just our accomplishments, but share ideas on how we're going to shape the future. And I think some of the last conversation around innovation and what we need to do to be better was really important. And I'm glad that the data challenge has come up. As Scott was saying, solving problems you don't ever get to is a tough part of this. And while those of us at the senior ranks like to think that we can come up with good plans to deliver all this, connecting those plans and resources to some grassroots initiatives to get at some of those irritants and problems that we never quite get around to fixing is really important. So we do have the Canadian Data Challenge ongoing at the moment. And I'd like to thank in particular, in addition to the Global Government Forum, who's also championing that, our partners with Microsoft, Natural Resources Canada, and Statistics Canada, who are helping us work through that. So we're at the long list stage now. We're going to go through a couple of Dragon's Den cycles, and I think we should be able to showcase that at the Government of Canada Data Conference that my colleague Shaifa Kanji mentioned on the last 2 panels ago, as we close in on the end of that. So do take a look at it if you haven't had a chance. So look, I just want to take a moment here to thank all of you for coming out today and asking great questions and staying with us to the bitter end. It is a long day, so thank you for that. I would like to thank our able facilitator, Siobhan Benito, in both official languages. Merci beaucoup, Siobhan. I'd like to thank the speakers and knowledge partners that we've had today. Their contributions have been vital to the rich conversations that we have had. Again, thanks to all of you for participating, both here in person as well as virtually. And last but certainly not least, thanking the Global Government Forum as a whole for the great work that has been done to bring this event together here in Ottawa alongside the Government of Canada. I think there's been, as I said to a couple of folks this morning, a real appetite to have an in-person event, and I am really gratified to have all of you come out and share this with us. So thank you very much for bringing all this talent under one roof, and please enjoy the reception and do go see our knowledge partners. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stephen. Thank you so much, Stephen, and thank you from us to you for being such great hosts as well. Thank you from us at GGF for the sponsors. As I said, if you haven't had a chance to speak to them yet, please do so over the reception. I'm really conscious I'm the last thing between you and a drink. If you're on the live stream, I hope you also get a chance to go and pour yourself a drink now, and I hope you've enjoyed the day. For all of you here, we will be sending you a questionnaire for everyone who is here today, everyone who registered for the event. Please do take a chance to fill in that questionnaire. We're really grateful for your feedback. It means we can continue to improve and give you exactly the type of events that are most useful for you. There are a couple of drinks tokens to be collected as you leave the room, which you can use in the reception, so please don't go out of the hall without collecting your drinks token, otherwise you won't have such a great reception as I'm hoping that you will have. I hope you've all enjoyed the day as much as I have. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience, for engaging so much in all your great questions. I think the things that I have been left with is lots of issues around trust, lots of issues around change management, and actually technology being as much around people and culture as it is about kind of systems and the technology itself. And also one very strong thing that came through is we don't need any more dashboards. So that's what I will take away with me. Thank you, everybody. Go and enjoy the reception. Thanks so much.